long-awaited operation being cancelled. But this will make it feel a bit better. Oh, wow.
That is incredible.
This would be for 3 top plus checkouts and 3 consecutive legs. This to win the match.
Maybe you take away the Q and achievements in Modus Super Series.
Right for the ball. Oh my word! How close is that?
That dart shouldn't be a problem for him. Didn't prove to be so. Nor did that one. That's some more fine finishing.
Good morning and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Last night in Paris, it was the closing ceremony to the Olympic Games. As far as week 11 is concerned, it's the opening ceremony on this Monday morning. And if you're looking for some sport during the midweek to keep you entertained, we have got quite the ticket for you. However, the one thing we can't guarantee is Paul Nicholson ziplining like Tom Cruise into the live lounge on this Monday morning. Unfortunately, the insurance wouldn't let us do it. But it's great to see you nonetheless. And we were looking through our stats and our numbers earlier on, and this Group A looks very evenly matched.
Yeah, I think it does. I think we like that because as we get closer to Champions Week, which is only a couple of weeks away, we want contenders to step up and we want their standard to step up as well. Maybe Monday and Tuesday will give us an indication of who the front runners could be this week, but we can't forget the people that come in on Thursday and Friday as well.
Well, Marvin van Velzen was the victor in Week 10, taking the title in emphatic fashion, beat Adrian Gray in the final by 4 legs to 2. Marvin, who also hit a 9, of course, last week as well, and is somebody that in every single appearance here we have seen vast improvements from.
That's unquestionable. I think that is a sign of what we're seeing from the ADC Europe players because it's not just Marvin, it's Jimmy Van Schie, it's other players as well. And maybe when we look at someone like Johann Brouwer this week, are we looking to see him trend in that same direction? His form since being here the last time definitely tells that, but you've got to go up on the stage and do it. Well done to Marvin. It was an eventful week for him, that's for sure, but there weren't many things that he didn't do. He had a 170 checkout, he had a 9-darter, he won the week, and he had a bit of a journey getting there. So, yeah, it was quite a 6 days for him.
Do you want to watch the 9?
Why not?
Well, this is the 9-darter that Marvin hit on Thursday, and this is against Chaz Barstow, and you could tell, particularly towards the end of it, he's a player that likes to live on the edge anyway, and so for him, this would have been a real adrenaline-filled moment.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of something happening with the action as the week goes on as well. He's aiming dart 1 and he's starting to flow with darts 2 and 3 in the scoring phase, almost like Gary Anderson does. But this is the moment where you're thinking, this is on. When you get dart 7, you think it's going to be your shot. And that was a wonderfully executed 9-darter from him, and I'm really pleased for him.
He's in a state of disbelief, wasn't he? But he's going to be in the Champions Week field. Only a couple more spots now left to fill in that. And when you look at the lineup, there's a few players that stand out, the likes of Sykes, Van Schie, Scott, Banks. But there'll be a couple of others in there that we haven't spoken about that will feel like they've got half a decent chance of picking up the 25k.
Yeah, that's true. I think some of those players will be happy that they're floating under the radar. Jim Long, all the way back to week 2. We can't go through a discussion about Champions Week without talking about Jim because he's a very, very good player. Someone like Paul Hogan, has he really done anything of major note since he became one of the faces of the qualifiers for the UK Open? Maybe this is the next thing for Paul Hogan to do. But I think in the latter half of the qualifying weeks, we definitely look at Banks after the way he performed a couple of weeks ago. We definitely look at Scott because he went through the week in perfect style, winning Group A, winning his group on Saturday night, winning the week, and starting to show us in Portsmouth what he can really do. There's only 2 spots left, but even looking at the 10 people who are through already, you're definitely looking at Scott and you are looking at Sykes and thinking, this place has been very good to them over the course of the last year or 2, and they will want it more than most.
2 weeks' time, we get to find out the answer to that. But we're going to find out who name number 11 is going to be in the Champions Week field. We're going to see the return of Steve West, the man who's looking to win a 5th weekly title. That would be an outright record. Wayne Jones, we haven't seen him since Champions Week in Series 6. And, of course, Richie Howson, the star of the World Seniors Tour. And we're actually going to have a look at the players warming up. And there's a lot of experience in that room. Even Johann Brouwer making his 2nd appearance here. And you just got the sense this morning, we were having a little talk and walk around the building. It feels very relaxed.
It does at this stage. And I think if you've been here before, you come into this place and feel at ease. Someone like Steve West, coming back after a bit of a break because of surgery and some rehab, he'll have a few flutters this morning thinking it's really great to be back. Richie Howson will feel super relaxed. I think as far as Johann Brouwer's concerned, he's got a score to settle with this place because he didn't make Saturday the last time he was here, and he made an impact in the 5 days he did play. But there are other players to watch out for in this group. Barry Copeland is on debut, but we know he's made a World Masters final. And Krzysztof Kciuk has been one of the best players in Poland for the last 10 years. And it's remarkable to think that this is his debut today. You're not going to be able to miss him because of his hairstyle and his facial hair, so we'll talk about that in commentary. But I think his form, he could be one of those players, a bit like some of the other Polish players we've seen, where he gets better as the week goes on, so don't judge him on Monday.
Well, let's have a look more broadly and see what the bookies think for the week. So this is all 12 players. Gary Stone goes off the 10-3 favourite. He's a player that we've spoken about in very high regards for quite a while now. But is the next step for Gary becoming a player that's highly thought of to a player that wins things, picks up silverware?
I think even Gary would admit that he hasn't won as many titles as he probably should have for his talent level. His ceiling is so high. He could probably touch 120 if the grey matter between his ears was in perfect shape. His execution, his unique style, when it all comes together, he is frighteningly good, and that is why he's been put as the favourite. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but the main reason that the 4-time weekly champion Steve West is not the favourite is because we are seeing him coming back from rehab. So it'll be interesting to see how he lasts the week. And I'm sure we're going to say about Steve, the second favourite, that winning Group A would be a big win for him.
Well, there's a lot to be decided over the course of the next 5 days. It's 18+, begambleaware.org if you could have a flutter on the Super Series this week. But our first game sees Wayne Jones in action. A first appearance for him here since winning a week in Series 6. He made it through to the Champions Week, was unable to make it through to the Champions Night. He takes on the Owl, Richie Howson, who's hoping that the morning session is going to be the shift for him. And earlier on this morning, Phil Bars caught up with the Wanderer.
Wayne, welcome back to the Super Series. It's been a while. What's been going on with Wayne over this time?
Absolutely nothing, really. To be honest, I'm not really playing very much. I do a little bit of the seniors now and again. For some reason, I keep clashing with everything else when I come to Modus. So, and I've started work. So, yeah, not good.
So this week, is it kind of going into the unknown where the game is then?
To be honest, yeah, it really is. As I say, I've been working there for about 4 or 5 weeks, and sounds terrible, but I've not really worked full-time for years, so I've had to start.
Still playing locally in anything?
Once a week, yeah. Once a week on a Friday. So
that's quite a come down, obviously, considering that where you've been in your career, former world semi-finalist and everything like that. What's been your mentality towards darts recently then?
I still have a throw. Every now and again, I play really well. I win things here and there still, and I still play some good darts. So I keep trying. What will be, will be. I know I'm capable of winning things, so we'll just see what happens.
I'm guessing you're kind of hoping you can play yourself into some form across the week then?
I really am, yeah. I've not really had a throw much the last week or two because obviously I've been working. By the time I get home, I'm too tired to bother. So it's a completely new experience now.
The fact that you have won a week here before and you've won many things across your career, hoping you can draw on that as inspiration?
I'm hoping so. Like I said, I'm not expecting a great deal today. We'll see how we kick in. But like I say, you've got plenty of time to put it right. So hopefully I can.
Is there any expectations you've set yourself for this week?
No. Not at all. Just if I can play well, I've got a real good chance. But I'm not guaranteeing anything. We'll just see what happens.
Well, Wayne, wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And we're going to watch Wayne in action up against Richie Howson, the Owl returning to the Super Series. An 8th appearance for Richie. 5 times he's made it through to a Saturday night final. But looking for his first weekly success up against a man with whom his last appearance here was at a Champions Week. Wayne Jones, who actually in his 2 appearances here has made it through to the Saturday, has made it at least to the big money match. But Richie Howson, well, he's a player that's now termed potential into champion, because he is the champion of champions in the World Seniors, is the Owl. But Wayne Jones, the man in your picture there, the 59-year-old from Wolverhampton, former World Championship semi-finalist, as Phil Bars alluded to in that interview earlier on this morning. The Wanderer hoping to be the winner as far as week 11 is concerned. Up against the Owl, Richie Howson. He's age 58. 2 players who ply their trade on the World Seniors Tour. He's a former World Seniors Championship finalist. He's also the champion of champions. And the Owl will be hoping that when it comes to about midnight on Saturday night, he will be the victor and he'll be taking the trophy home with him back to Essex and be booking his first appearance in a Champions Week. It's an intriguing week, full of experienced campaigners, and I'm happy to say, watching it with me in the commentary box is the asset Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this first game, and many of them today, in fact. I was actually driving through Rainham the other day.
It's Wayne to throw first.
As soon as I saw
Game on.
the road signs, I thought, this is Richie's neck of the woods. He's gone the other way. He's actually come to Portsmouth over the last 24 hours or so. Wayne Jones down from Wolverhampton, where he's
98.
always been from and lived. Proudly from the West Midlands, and has almost continually carried West Midlands darts on his shoulders for the best part of a generation.
60.
Whereas more players are starting to do that on their behalf now. Did you notice, Henry, that Wayne was very much downplaying his chances at the start of
60.
today? But I think it's very apt that you brought up that he hasn't failed to make Saturday night. So, is that him playing a few mind games, maybe?
This is the same Wayne Jones that, when he played here for the first time, was
137.
saying that he's not played anything, that he's been playing rubbish and nothing's going to happen. Wayne Jones could win the World Championship and still say he's playing poorly.
100.
He's just very humble. He doesn't consider himself a big deal, even though a few times in his career he has been playing in very big deal games, like the semi-finals of the Grand Slam.
100.
That was a very big deal.
And the Civic Hall did go nuts for their hometown hero. Howson also has a tournament pretty much on his doorstep with the World Seniors Championship.
60.
He's really built up a support base at the Circus Tavern. His first there as a qualifier, got beaten by Martin Adams after winning his preliminary round match, and he's gone from strength to strength, not just there, but in each and every arena he's played in, which is why he's one of the fancied favourites for this week. 140 there, leads himself first to a finish. He's taken the throw of Wayne Jones in leg 1.
Well, let's face it, if Richie Howson was to win the week, would it be a surprise?
97.
No.
Richie requires 64.
When he was playing here 2 years ago, in week 12 of Series 1, would it have been a surprise then? Maybe.
44.
Chance for
Wayne
Jones.
require 86.
His shot looks familiar. This is the last checkout to be hit on this stage.
But he's going to have to go treble 15 tops. Recovers well with dart 2. Finds
Game
with dart
shot
3.
the first
And
leg.
Wayne Jones is
Wayne
up and
Jones.
running. Snatching that leg from the grasp of Richie Howson. The Wanderer is one
So
up.
that gets
Do
Richie
you know
to
what?
throw
Maybe
first.
the number
Game.
on this stage over the next week or so is going to be 86. I thought the most prevalent number today was going to be 42, but we'll get into that at some point.
60.
There's levels to this game, Nico.
I think Howson will be disappointed not to take that first leg.
60.
But it is a bit of a marathon coming through Group A, which will be 15 games per player over the next 3 days. If you're joining us for the first time, we have 12 players in total. The majority
81.
this week from England. 7 of the 12 are domestic players from England. We have 1 from the Netherlands, 1 from Poland, 1 from Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland as well.
85.
So a nice mix this week.
Very cosmopolitan. And here's a busy week within the World of Darts. We had a number of Women's Series events over the weekend. Going
60.
Price won on the World Series. We'll have the New Zealand leg of that particular tour later on this week. We've got Challenge Tour as well on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and this is going to be sandwiched very much
100.
amongst that particular mix. August traditionally was a quiet time in the sport of darts, but there's no such thing as a quiet time in this sport anymore.
Not at all. Yeah, congratulations to Bo Greaves, who won
43.
a couple of titles at the weekend in Niedenhausen, and also to Nolan van Leuven, who picked up a title, and also Eileen de Graaf picked up her first Women's Series title.
85.
Some people might be surprised by the fact that that was her first, but beating Anke Zylstra in the final, she'll be thrilled with that. As will two young bucks
140.
in Sophie McKinley and Thomas Banks, who won the England Youth Grand Prix this weekend. And Thomas Banks is a name, of course, who will be coming back here in a couple of weeks for Champions Week.
I know, he's very much relishing that prospect from one of the best young players in the world to one of the best senior players in the world. Howson, looking at 117 to square this match up at 1 apiece. It's not going to go, and so Jones should at least get a poke at the bullseye to get the break and open up a 2-0 advantage in this contest.
Can he recover again? Not this time, so Howson gets 3 clean at double 12 if he needs them.
Had a dart at tops to win leg
Game
1,
from the second,
pins double
Richie
12
Howson.
to win leg 2, and level we are at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
I've always questioned whether Richie Howson would suit Group A, because you start at 9:30 in the morning.
100.
We've seen him play an awful lot in Group B, which I think does suit him for 2 reasons. One, it's called the Owl. Owls are nocturnal. And he has played
100.
predominantly his successful stuff at night over the last couple of years. I remember he was in a group with Fallon Sherrick a few months back, and he was
180.
phenomenal in that group. And he always looks really relaxed on the hockey. It's almost as if he plays with no pressure anymore. Now that he's got that Champion of Champions title, it's as if I've got something I can be proud of. He's not putting additional pressure on himself to get anything else. I think that's a really good way of looking at it.
120.
And you always get the air of Richie that he's a man that towards the twilight of his career is finding the best stuff of his career, and he's enjoying every single step of the journey that he's on.
58. When you require 96.
You know when Wayne was saying in the interview he doesn't think he's playing well? He's on for a potential 11 darter here. He finds the 11 darter, he leads 2-1, and is averaging just under 95.
He comes from a generation of players who don't tell the truth.
Game on.
Put a microphone in their face and they will say, well, I'm playing all right. Yeah, he's averaging 95.
100.
So you can't fool me, Wayne, and you can't fool most other people. We know you're playing pretty decent, and you pretty much always do.
And when he's one of those players,
60.
because he's so solid and he'll play at a very good base, will have success here at the Super Series because of how long the format is and because of how many games you've got to play. You're always going to put yourself in and amongst it if you can play towards the levels that
60.
we've seen from Wayne Jones throughout the course of his previous 2 appearances. High 80s, decent doubling. It's going to serve you well in this format.
100.
And it can even be enough to win a Group A situation over 3 days. Just look at Conor Heenahan a couple of weeks ago. He was low to mid-80s, doubles were decent, still won the group.
85.
But I have a sneaky suspicion that somebody's going to score more than 20 points in this group.
Well, matter of fact, you look at the players' stats for the last 12 months. There is not a lot to separate a lot of the players.
180.
As a matter of fact, with these two, Jones's average for the year is 86.81. Howson's was 86.41. They were both 36% on the doubles for the last 12 months. This is evenly matched as evenly matched could be. But Jones could open up a 2-leg lead if he can take out the 1-2-4.
Fascinating.
92. But you require 150.
10 years ago, he goes 14 ball. Now, things are different. He played the odds there, or the probabilities, however you want to put it.
41. Wayne, you require.
And the odds
32.
this week have Gary Stone as the favourite, which is getting a lot of people's
Game
interest
shoulder
in our
forward.
YouTube chat,
Wayne
which you
Jones.
can obviously contribute to if you are a subscriber. If you're not, just click that subscribe button.
It's Wayne to throw first.
You can have your
Game
say on what Wayne Jones has just done, because he's backed up that 11 darter with a 13 dart leg. You are playing well, Wayne.
99.5 the average, 3 from 3 on the doubles. And Wayne would be hoping this is just the start. Howson here is just getting suppressed, isn't he, by the sheer
140.
brilliance of his opponent.
Well, this performance from Howson, it's very steady. It's the kind of performance that you would expect to put in
60.
first thing on a Monday morning. And it would, most of the time, be good enough to get the 2 points. You can see his stacking method.
100.
A few years ago when Richie was playing on the PDC tour, it used to be more exaggerated than that. But over the course of time, he has got the darts to still lay low, but not as
100.
exaggerated. And I think that's been a strength for him to build scores easier.
Two players whose darts definitely lie low in the bid. I feel like Wayne Jones is one of those players that if you showed a video of him 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there's probably nothing that's changed.
9:51 on a Monday morning, and you use the word lie low. It's definitely summer.
45. Richie require 121.
We'll push that under the carpet. Howson's got 6 and 1-2-1. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye if he doesn't want to. It'd be ironic if Wayne Jones declined the opportunity of the pull when Howson was on the finish, and Howson decided with Jones all the way back to take it out on the bull.
He's not going to decline anything now. He wants to leave 56 or better.
140.
56 he
Richie
gets.
require 95.
Now Howson's got to deflect him. 86 again. And sometimes 86 is not found on this stage.
56.
But if 56 is, Jones will take the first win.
Tops for the win. Double 19. It's the first dart he's missed at a double in the contest. It was to win it. But he finds dart 2, and Wayne Jones has sent out a statement to the rest of the field. He hasn't been here since February. Well, sometimes absence makes the heart grow fonder, and that was a performance to be very fond of. 95.73 of the average, 4 from 5 on the doubles. Jones beats Howson by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, it's a debut for Barry Copeland as he takes on a man who hasn't been here since December, but a man who won 4 weekly titles in 2023, Steve West.
Wayne, welcome back.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Wayne Jones got out the tracks very well, getting the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 1, really showing his levels in that particular contest. Next up for us, Barry Copeland, the former World Masters runner-up back in 2022, takes on Steve West, the first appearance for him since December. And first and foremost, many congratulations to Steve West, who's come straight to Portsmouth on the back of his wedding on Saturday. Many congratulations to him and his newly wedded wife, Michelle, from Saturday, up against Barry Copeland, the 51-year-old from Northern Ireland, the daddy who is hoping to be on top of the throne come Saturday evening. But how good is it, Paul, to see Steve West back in the building?
It really is good. It's been quite a few months for a few different reasons, and there's going to be a lot of darts fans today. Very happy to see him play. We're good friends with Steve. Many of us here in Portsmouth.
Game on.
We're happy to see him walking straight and walking without pain, because that's the most important thing. And now that he's post-wedding, he is happier than ever. Now he wants to get back to work.
125.
Well, for Steve, the hip surgery for him was more a case of making sure he's back on his feet to walk down the aisle than it was anything else. But I suppose
60.
there's great honeymoon destinations, and we'll see whether Portsmouth's up there amongst the best of them over the next 6 days or so.
Yeah, let's face facts. His lovely wife, Michelle, has been
140.
the pillar of support he's needed over the last couple of years. And he's had a great deal of success here. But the fact that she didn't even flinch in saying, yeah, why don't you go down to Modus 2 days after the wedding? No problem. Stick with her, Steve. She's a keeper.
100.
For Steve, I think the big question is, what are we going to get? And I think he's got that question in the back of his mind as well. He knows where the really good level is, but over what could potentially be 25 games this week, it's what is it going to be like over a sustained period of time? Well, the early signs are very, very good.
60 to leave tops in the first leg.
41.
Little drifter there with the new darts. Maybe the first time that this equipment's been put under this kind of scrutiny.
100. Steve Rock, 195.
Now, this shot could have been a little bit easier.
$55.
And he will continue to lead tops as much as he possibly can. Shot for Copeland is off as of now. And first games here on debut don't get much trickier than taking on a 4-time weekly champion who was taking an early lead there. And the first leg, well, it's over.
Well, Barry Copeland has done the one thing that every debutant forgets. There's a 10-second stop clock on there.
We were speaking to a lot of the West family on Saturday, weren't we, Henry? And Dad Tony, brother Tony. All darts crazy people. That's running in the family, isn't it?
Very much in the blood, and we have it on, well, I say very good authority. We got it straight from the horse's mouth. Tony said if Steve does qualify here, he's going to be there on Saturday. There's actually the potential for there to be a bit of an all-star cast in the audience, because if Paul Milford qualifies, we could see Owen Bates here at the weekend.
180.
Which might mean if you're looking for a ticket for Saturday night, you might need to get your selfie sticks out. That's the new setup of Steve's.
100.
Signed to a new manufacturer recently, and it's the first time, as you say, under the real scrutiny of the lights, is he playing with that brand new setup.
Now, I don't think there's going to be a lot of changing of equipment this week from Steve. He's never been that kind of player, but he knows all of the ingredients that you need to make a Saturday. He's got that upright angle of attack still, slightly
100.
larger flight with a flatter top. But in order to make your way through either Group A or a subsidiary group, you've got to have something about you. That would have been one heck of a way to find your first double. 140 checkout. That was a superb effort from Barry.
71.
Well, it's
Barry
taken him a
required
leg
20.
to settle, but once he's settled, boy, has he settled. This for a 13 darter.
Game
And
shot
it goes
the second
1-1.
leg. Barry
And I'll tell you what, the level we're seeing so far this morning has been superb. Wayne Jones on with an average of
get Steve to throw
95.
first.
West playing
Game.
at a good level. And as far as Barry Copeland's concerned, I know he's only a couple of legs in, but he's averaging 98.5.
Yeah, as we've alluded to, Steve was wed on Saturday in St
59.
Albans. And subsequently, at Cheshunt Golf Club, he had a rather nice do there. And over the course of the 12 hours, he was surrounded by family. It was like
60.
lessons in love, but today it's about lessons in darts, isn't it? Because the standard so far has been very promising.
85.
I'll tell you where. I'm really keen to see where Steve is standing. And indeed, Barry Copeland.
100.
It's the last game before the last round on Wednesday. It's game 42 of 45 in Group A.
80.
If you're in a really, really good position by game 42, then you think you're going to have Thursday and Friday off. You never know. If you do have those days off, you go for a bit of a jaunt to the Isle of Wight.
60.
Just across the water. And then come back on Saturday and win the whole thing.
The full honeymoon experience. Portsmouth followed by the Isle of Wight.
I think you enjoyed that maximum. Welcome back, Steve. And he is noted for maximum hitting in his career.
97. Stevie required
And
97.
I've got a funny feeling that Copeland is the kind of player that might just get him really focused at the beginning. This is
Game
really
shot
good
the
from Westy.
third leg. Steve West.
Let's talk a little bit about that
Wolf against Barry to throw
potential
first.
history this week.
Game on.
Because a few weeks ago, when Andreas Harrison was here in week 3, we talked about the possibility of him winning a 5th Saturday title. We've seen Neil Duff
85.
in week 5 make his way up the charts of the all-time winners. But West to get 5 weekly titles,
100.
that would be something else.
Well, he shares the record for most weekly wins in terms of a qualification week with Neil Duff. And if he wins this week, then not just will he surpass
100.
that record, but if you include absolutely everything that can possibly be played in this building in terms of weeks, Champions Weeks, special weeks,
134.
he'd join level with Neil Duff, who on top of the 4 qualifying weeks he'd won, also has a double trouble under his belt. He actually, if you include Champions Weeks, is level with Luke Littler and Andreas Harrison in terms of
134.
weekly wins. And you probably have to say, based on what he's done in this building, is the best player to have not won a series outright.
97.
Is that even under debate? I'm not sure it is a debate. He is the best player not to have won a series yet. Closely followed by Colin Osborne
140.
and Neil Duff.
170.
Well, there's a 3-1. Another one of them. That's perfectly pitched. But he cannot find the second. And he had that little bit of a glint in the eye, didn't he? But
Required 42.
Copeland's here. 42 to level up at 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Level,
Barry Copeland.
42 checkout. I believe they're from the Isle of Wight as well. That band,
Against Steve to throw
incredible.
first. Game on.
Do you know that was your type of music, Nico?
You weren't born. I was about 6. They were a big deal, that
100.
band. I think they had an album, didn't they, called World Machine? And that subsequently came up in the movie Man of Steel,
100.
which is the nickname of Rob Collins. It's amazing how things work in circles. But West, look at that. This is a proper game of darts. It's only game 2.
60.
We thought it'd be a tight competitive week with a good standard, but if the truth be told, I'm not sure whether we thought it'd be this good this quick.
66.
You've got to be able to sustain it, haven't you? And this is something that Barry's going to learn this week. West's been here before. He's seen the rodeo. He's seen the ups and
82.
downs. He knows that you have to pace yourself for days. The intensity that you can bring to your first and second games, it's something you have to temper. And that's something that
59.
a player in game 3 knows all too well, because this is going to be visit number 2 to Portsmouth for Johann Brouwer.
47.
I'm really, really keen to see what kind of intensity he brings this week and how he goes about things, especially today and tomorrow.
Well, let's just say I walked past the practice room about half an hour before play got
97.
underway. And the practice room is just next to a staircase. And I was at the top of that particular staircase. And I could hear Johann. So I don't think it's going to be a
60.
quiet week here at the Live Lounge.
We've actually had a nice message in our YouTube chat from the champion of week number 5, Neil Duff.
99.
Former champ of the world is in the chat. Great week this. Good luck to Barry Copeland, his fellow Northern Irishman, of course.
112.
Oh, there's treble 14.
80.
42 points to leave tops. But is it tops for Copeland? Very handy.
On the 5th leg.
He's fortunate to
Barry
get that
Copeland.
shot at tops. He almost bust it with dart number 2, but you get your opportunity.
Barry to throw first.
And now
Game on.
he will throw to win 4-2.
Efficient. His performance from Barry Copeland. 92, pretty much the average. 3 from 5 on the doubles. And when it's mattered, he has
190.
found the outer ring. And I'm sure Neil won't mind me saying this, but he's been somebody that's been back in the corner of Barry Copeland to have an appearance here at the Super Series at
140.
some point. And a player with his CV, you can understand why. Former World Masters finalist, lost in that final to Wesley Plaisir, and the way he's been playing over the last couple of years or so, there's absolutely no shame in that.
80.
Plaisir, the WDF World number 1.
No shame at all, but think about it this way. Northern Irish darts has been trending in the right direction for a good few years now, with Dolan and Gurney, Nathan Rafferty, and
100.
plenty of other players like Mickey Mansell. But think about 2022. Neil Duff wins at Lakeside. And then a few months later, if Copeland had won the
92.
Masters, that means Northern Ireland would have held them both in the same year. So anybody that doesn't think that Northern
45.
Ireland is a big hitter in darts, well, you're very, very wrong.
Very good final as well. Copeland averaged just under 96 and was beaten 7-2 by Plaisir. That the first of the World Masters tournaments to be played over a leg play format as opposed to the best of 3 sets format which we've become so accustomed to with that competition.
48.
I don't think we should get into that
Barry
right
require
now
110.
because Barry's on a chance to win 4-2. But we are going to get into it at some point. And Westy is chastising himself because he's left himself on a bogey number.
11.
He might be leaving himself in hot water here if he doesn't get a chance to save it in leg number 6. How many times do you see it?
128.
Bogey number and 2 treble
Barry
20s, just like
99.
that.
However, if Copeland can't find something tangible here with Dart 2, the pension could swing. And West is going to get 3 in hand at tops to
40.
send us all the way to a deciding
40.
leg. And Copeland, by straying into the single one, may have to spurn a dart if he returns, but he's not going to. West takes advantage, first time of asking. He's 3 from 3 on the doubles, and it's 3-3 in this contest.
It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
It's a seriously good doubling display. Look at that, though. We have been told by certain
57.
darting sources of ours, if you haven't seen Barry play before, he's very intense. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But the amount of energy you're going to need for a week like this might be something that he needs to
60.
just press the pause on just maybe 10%, just so he doesn't burn himself out. for games 4 and 5 later in the day.
West is making his move, his second maximum of the match. Puts him in control of this last leg decider.
100.
He said about that intensity, and he was disgusted by that previous turn only being a ton. And look what Steve's doing. When it comes to the crunch, he's coming up with something tangible until he then hits the treble five to leave himself on 169.
Well, he is a bit of a fan of golf, is Steve West. And he's just done something that you very rarely see. He's left himself on a double bogey number.
119.
168 followed by a 169. He won't mind as long as he gets rid of it in 6 darts.
59.
Looking to head back into the clubhouse with a win under his belt. For Barry Copeland, there was enough signs of encouragement with his first performance. May not be out of it, particularly if he could have found a
100.
second treble. But Steve West here comes back for the match, looking at 110. He's 3 from 3 on his doubles. Is he going to get a go? No is the answer.
86.
Well, is Barry Copeland about to show his true colours here? With 4 18s in bull. Or 6 for double 7.
Superb. Brilliant from Barry. And Copeland wins on debut with a clutch 1-2-2 finish with Steve West left on double 12 to take the contest out himself. What a start to this Monday morning we're enjoying here at the Modus Super Series. Everybody bringing their A game to the party. For Steve West, his return ends in defeat. Barry Copeland wins 4-3. Coming up after the break, if you thought it was loud on the stage before, it's going to get even louder now as you see Johann Brouwer up against the fun Krzysztof Kciuk. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Barry Copeland get the better of Steve West in a last leg decider, nailing a 1-2-2 to get over the line against West on his return to the Super Series stage. Well, it's not going to be a quiet return to the live lounge for this man in your picture. The 32-year-old Johann Brouwer in his second appearance here at the live lounge. Part of the Netherlands squad for the Europe Cup in Slovakia in a few weeks' time. The man from Urk is hoping that he's going to be the happiest in town on Saturday night. Up against Krzysztof Kciuk, the 44-year-old from Krakow. He's hoping for a cracking week here at the Super Series. He's made the last 16 of the WDF World Championships in the past, and the farm is hoping he won't be under it over the course of the next 5 days. So it's the Netherlands up against Poland. We've already seen this in a major sporting context over the course of the summer. But what we're going to see in the darts as opposed to the football.
Game on.
We do have an awful lot of Polish support in our YouTube chat for Krzysztof Kciuk, and that is wonderful for him. He's on debut, but this man is not.
60.
He has unfinished business here in Portsmouth because he played in a Group A situation the last time. He went to Group B, and he just failed to make the Saturday.
100.
So if I were having a chat with him, or if you know Johann quite well, you'll understand this. If I was listening to him for about 20 minutes,
100.
I would get the opportunity and say, your goal this week has just got to be making Saturday. Don't look beyond that. He's a very enthusiastic individual.
180.
But underestimate Krzysztof at your peril. We're going to dig so deep into what he's done in the past.
140.
And we are going to find some ridiculous numbers that back up the fact that he is one of the best players that Poland has ever given this sport.
That's because of darts like that.
180.
Ton followed by 2 maximums. He's on 41 after 9. Welcome back to the Super Series, Johann. Welcome to the Super Series, Krzysztof. The standard today
45.
has been sublime so
Quite
far.
41.
I'm not going to take that standard for granted. I'm just going to welcome it.
25.
A little bit of polishing on the doubles needed by the thumb. I'll explain that in a second if you've never seen him play before. But Johann's got 156, not for long.
140. Krzysztof requires 16.
Early break chance here.
Game
Very
shot
well
the first
done.
leg.
That could have got
Krzysztof
pretty
Kciuk.
sticky for Krzysztof Kciuk had he not hit that with dart 3.
Second leg, it's Krzysztof to throw first.
Nice opening 15 darter, and he was very pleased about that. And for everybody who isn't aware, because we found this out years ago,
45.
why is he called the Thumb? It's a strange nickname, isn't it? Most darting nicknames are quite self-explanatory. But why the Thumb? We asked the question at Lakeside a few years ago, and simply put, Kciuk in Polish means thumb.
28.
So there you go.
Player who lost his
96.
tour card at the end of last year, and a bit of a surprise really. It's taken until August to see him at the Super Series for the first time, but he was probably one of those
86.
players that when we saw drop off the tour we thought could have some success in this building. He's a player that's built on solidity, built on consistency, and he's really got all the ingredients to be
60.
a dangerous player this week. A lot of the things we say about his fellow compatriot Sebastian Białecki is a lot of the things that we could really say about Krzysztof.
Yeah, he's very precise.
100.
And I think since he started making an impact on the world stage, he has improved as a player. You can see that style. It's almost
100.
professor-like. He measures the shot every single time. As for the haircut, by the way, it's very lockdown. Just take the sides off and leave the top.
Mullets are coming back into fashion, Nico.
No, they're not.
That might be my next.
You dare.
97.
You're not getting a mullet, Deacon.
Well, that's me told. To be fair, I'd need enough hair for that first and foremost, but... Anyway, Kciuk. 103 for a 2-0 lead.
103.
Both players averaging 89. But it's Kciuk who got the break in leg one, who's looking to back it up here. But Brouwer's going to get his first opportunity to win a leg in this
47.
contest.
I'll tell you what, there's one game I'm really looking forward to today, and that's Game 6 between Copeland and Brouwer. That is going to be a face-pulling marathon. If you want some new gifts for your phone, get your cameras out. Well, how often do you see somebody hit 2 treble 8s in the same visit? Well, this time, he has the option of the 8 or the 16, and a chance for 2-0.
40.
Grazes the wire, and so Brouwer will get his first
40.
darts at a double in this contest. Free in hand at tops to get the break back and to level up at 1-1. Saw this last time he was here. He will make sure he's set before aiming, particularly at doubles. And now he aims at double 10.
20.
Cannot find double 10. And Kciuk
Krzysztof
returns for a
16.
2-love lead.
You don't think he's going to miss this time? He's got the same sort of marker yet again.
No score.
It was never online.
And require 20.
Accentuated by the marker dart at the top. It just pulled it away from the bed, if anything.
Well, for all the purple praise we've lavished on Krzysztof Kciuk, he's 1 for 9 on his doubles. But he's
10.
going to get more
Krzysztof
because
require
Johann himself has
16.
now missed 6 to win this leg. And he ain't happy in the background. He may be incandescent if Krzysztof can find double 4.
This is a difficult shot for Krzysztof.
12.
He had to go low there because his darts are very flat
10.
and he's very tall. He probably couldn't see much of that double 4. An early contender for longest leg of the week in Game 3. Somewhat against the run of play.
8. Krzysztof, you require 4.
Not a desired score. Double 2 for Kciuk.
Well, in the exact
Game
score, it
shot
was
the second
4-2
leg.
there, wasn't it?
Krzysztof Kciuk.
4 points to 2. They're looking for 4-2 in legs.
Johann to throw first. Game on.
Don't chastise yourself too much, Johann. It's only game 1 of 5 today. Just ask your countrymen how it feels
100.
to have a bad start and then end up being the winner of the week. Jimmy van Ski, Marvin van Velzen, 2 Dutch players into the Champions Week.
96.
Putting up quite nicely. Couple of weeks' time, we kickstart here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
100.
And there are people guaranteed to be in Group A at this stage because of their level of play in their respective weeks. We'll get into that in due course.
59.
Probably by the end of this week, with only 1 more week to come after this in qualifying for week 13.
100.
The majority of Group A will be solidified.
$93.
I can't imagine these two have
$60.
been hanging around each other much, or at all, in darts venues the last 2 or 3 years. Like you mentioned, Henry, Krzysztof has been on the PDC Tour until the end of last year.
140.
And we're only just starting to see Johann come through at this level. This might be the first time they've ever played against each other. I don't have any record of them playing each other before.
63. Krzysztof, you require 130.
Treble 19. For double 18. And Brouwer can't look.
95.
Did you see in the background there, Henry? As soon as that treble 19 went on, Johann's hands went up as if to say, no, not this time. Well, they're supposed to hit shots like that against you. And you're supposed to hit shots like this against him.
66. Krzysztof,
Well, he hasn't changed, is he? He is the perpetual jack in the box.
Or if you're from Yorkshire, jack in box.
Krzysztof Kciuk.
3-0. And Kciuk, who
Fourth leg, it's Krzysztof to throw first. Game on.
has played the better of the two in the scoring stakes, has missed a few doubles, but has been given way too many opportunities in this first game for these two.
25 missed darts at a double in this contest. Brouwer 0 from 11. Kciuk 3 from 17. But ultimately, as far as Krzysztof's concerned, he'd be one of those players that okay, be a little bit annoyed by how many darts he's missed at a double, but in the grand scheme of things, ultimately will only care about the result. And if he wins, it doesn't matter.
Think about the Polish players that we've had here and some of the players that we haven't.
100.
Białecki. We've had Sebastian Steyer. Obviously Kciuk. But there are others. Put them all together. What do they all have in common? They're incredibly focused. And they're pretty hard to crack. But give them the right circumstance, they will celebrate. Białecki's 9-darter. Ratajski winning the German Open last year, for instance. When they win, they know how to celebrate. But in the midst of battle,
45.
they will keep their cool.
Not sure whether Białecki was allowed to celebrate his 9 because I think he was getting assaulted by Anton Ersland at that particular moment.
That was such a lovely moment.
100.
And I think Anton added to that moment by giving him such a lovely hug at the end of that match. There's an argument for 25 at the end of that, but that aggressive approach from Krzysztof, that could pay dividends. I did say it could.
81.
And now it possibly should.
63.
Well, he's missed a baker's dozen worth of darts and he could be done here. Kciuk back for 63 to take out the match by 4-0. The scoring in patches has been okay, but a raft of missed doubles will plague his averages. 46 left. Double 16 left. For the match.
47.
Doesn't go. Here we go
20.
again.
Well, Johann, for the last 3 legs, has been under the thumb. Double 5. He's in the corner. And he comes back swinging.
Johann Brouwer.
So when he misses a double, he chastises himself. And when he hits one, he apologises.
Johann to throw first. Game on.
I think he might have his own manual in how to win darts matches. But he may be the most animated player that we've ever had here. Which would make him fascinating to watch on a Saturday night. He's never even made a Saturday yet. Imagine what he's like when there's fans in here.
Can I play a theoretical game here?
Please do.
Could you imagine a match between Johann Brouwer and John Norman Jr.?
Let's go back 10 seconds and pretend that you didn't ask that question. It is a match that is possible.
60.
Just think about some of the spirit that we've seen in Series 8 from the weekly winners. The last couple of weeks. Van Velzen, Thomas Banks, Connor Scott, And we've seen greats of this place
100.
losing in finals over the last few weeks. Heenahan, Osborne, Warburton, Białecki, Harrison.
95.
They're all people who have not won their week but have got to the championship match in the week. Is that a sign of just how strong the series has been? I think it probably is.
I think there's a strength in depth now
60.
that's far
Krzysztof,
more
you're
stronger than we've
130.
ever seen before. And for Krzysztof Kciuk, he's another one of those players who's coming in Series 8 with a big reputation. He's not going to finish this game off with a big out. But Brouwer, to save the game, may have to take out a big one with a 1-4-1.
98. Johann require 141.
Is it thumbs up or thumbs down for this shot? Thumbs down.
Well, Brouwer's head's down. It could be thumbs up and running here at the live lounge
41.
because Krzysztof Kciuk
Krzysztof
has 3
require
in his hand
40.
at tops to seal a 4-1 win. And to get his campaign at the live lounge up and running. And double 10 is pinned. And Krzysztof Kciuk gets a bit of
Krzysztof
Johann
Kciuk.
Brouwer by 4 legs to 1. The pole up and running up against the Dutchman in his second appearance here. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board. But for Kciuk, well, he missed 16 darts at a double. However, is over the line. And that's all he'll worry about right here, right now. Coming up after the break, 2 of the most experienced players we have here at the Super Series go toe-to-toe as Richie Howson takes on Steve West. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round of fixtures on this Monday morning. And before the break, Krzysztof Kciuk, on his debut in this competition, got the better of Johann Brouwer by 4 legs to 1. And so seconds out, round 2 here on the South Coast. And it sees 2 players who lost their opening matches go toe-to-toe as Richie Howson takes on Steve West. Richie went down 4-1 to Rain Jones, while Steve West lost out in the last leg decider. Barry Copeland pinning the 1-2-2 to get the better of him. In fact, before a dart was thrown, these two players were the two bookmakers' favourites to go on and win the group. West went off as the 13-8 favourite. Howson 15-8. But both players in desperate search of a victory, because the loser may find themselves a little bit adrift even at this early stage of proceedings.
If the Olympics taught us anything, it's not about how you start.
100.
It's about how you finish. Ask Matt Hudson-Smith. Ask Jakob Ingebrigtsen. He went off like a bullet in the 1500 metres, and he ended up not getting a medal.
140.
The rowing team only got over the line, was only leading for 6 metres, but it was the last 6 metres of that particular race.
Yeah, sport is about being in contention at the right times and making sure that you can kick for home, like Keely Hodgkinson.
60.
Coincidentally, before the Olympics, the favourite for BBC's Sports Personality of the Year was Luke Littler, the two-time series champion.
134.
Not anymore. Keely Hodgkinson's now favourite.
And will win Sports Personality of the Year. Of that, I don't think there's any doubt now.
Unless something happens in the next 3 months.
Well, Luke Littler has to win the World Grand Prix. And maybe that's not even enough.
140.
If we had awards in 2023,
30.
this guy would have got quite a few accolades. Howson looking to respond after losing in 5 legs to Jones. The response on tops is pretty useful.
Richie Howson.
Well, it's that type of finish that is just so makeable for Howson, because his darts sit down. In matter of fact, the set-up dart makes the bed, makes the object bed bigger.
Have you noticed he's got 3 words on the back of his dart shirt now, right at the bottom?
60.
I think this might be a fairly new dart shirt. From the front, it looks like the kind of stuff you would find around an airport to keep you out.
97.
But at the back, it says, never give up. And coming from someone like Richie, who was one of the nicest human beings to walk the planet,
140.
that is a very nice message, which was not necessarily made famous by one person, but it is a lovely mantra to have. And it was something that John Cena used a lot, isn't it?
100.
And Never Give Up kind of is the story of Richie Howson's Renaissance. The World Seniors Tour came around at the perfect time for him, turned up at the qualifier for the Circus Tavern, won that, and the rest has been history, where if it perhaps wasn't for that, Richie Howson, well, I don't think we'll be seeing in these types of arenas.
100.
Things have transpired perfectly, and Richie's taken that mantle perfectly as well.
91.
Good switch there from Steve. He likes 110 as a checkout because it offers him a chance of leaving tops or even double 15 if the lie is good enough on the first dart. Let's see what he does here. Now, does he stay there? Oh, he's going for bull.
90. Richie require 144.
He rained all over the parade there. Howson is looking to rain on his parade. Don't look, Steve. It just goes to show how much West wants to leave tops. That he will do anything in his power to leave that double.
Steve West.
But like I've always said, and most people who are analysts within this game, they will say also, that if you're good at tops, you've got to be good at tens as well.
Well, Steve West was actually deploying 2 of his favourite doubles on the board, because we know how much he loves the bullseye.
60.
Has anybody had a better week than Marvin van Velzen, by the way? 9 darter, 170 checkout, won the week. I mean, what more could you possibly want?
140.
Well, Steve West has won a week whilst hitting a 9-darter. So much so with that 9-darter that I was presenting up on the old balcony and we were about to do a link in vision with me on camera. And me and Steve were having a conversation. He used to like to shout up before a game, and he said he's going to hit a 9-darter in this match. I've gone, well, do you want me to say this on air, Steve? He's gone, you do what you want. And so before that match, in that link, I say Steve West's up next, and he's promised a 9-darter in this match. Lo and behold, not just did he hit a 9-darter in that particular contest,
45.
he won the match with a 9-darter, and he made sure that we knew all about it.
I'm sure it feels even better if you predict it.
Has that ever happened before?
60.
Somebody predicting a 9-darter and it coming true?
I think I said it once in the lead up to a day's darts, and it was a complete fluke. But as a player, I don't ever recall that happening.
I mean, we've seen Neil Duff in the past, haven't we? Predict what scorelines he's going to win in matches at the WDF World Championship. And for the first 3 rounds, he was absolutely bang on. I wanted to know where his lottery numbers were that week.
$140.
It's probably a good thing that Luke Humphries is not actually playing in the UK at the minute, because his walk-on song is predicting something that we don't want.
58. Richie record 96.
We've got an interview with Luke Humphries on our YouTube channel, which you can have a look at the end of the day's play. We're looking at double 18 for 96 for Richie Howson to move 2-1 to the good, averaging 93 and change. A good performance this from Richie.
Steve to throw first.
And for Steve West, the average about 10 points down on game 1. But I think with Steve, we're going to see a little bit of everything over the course of the next 5 days or so.
140.
Now, I think the perspective of him coming back is that this is just the first step. Just imagine what it was like for Alan Shearer after his really serious knee injury. Did you expect him to go out and get a hat-trick in his first game? And to start banging them in left, right and centre at the start? No. You've got to work your way back, haven't you? This is a huge opportunity for Steve to get the feel, the sharpness. And as long as it's sharp enough, if he peaks this week on Friday and Saturday, it could be that 5th weekly title.
100.
Well, he did an interview not long ago with the famous Mr. Phil Bars. And in said interview, he pretty much wrote off the rest of 2024 in respects of it's just a way of getting my game back together to progress next year, because next year he's going to be eligible for the World Seniors, and boy, is he going to be a danger on that circuit. He says he is going to win a series of this. It could be a very profitable few years ahead for Steve West.
Make no mistake, Steve West turning 50 is bad news for all of the seniors. Bad news.
130.
Bad news for this man, but it could be good news for Howson, but he can't take out the 130. West will return for the 106 to level this match up. And he may have to take this out, because Howson's lurking. And Howson's going to get the break chance.
58.
I saw Gezi Price take that shutout in Wollongong over the weekend, and he started on treble 18. It's a fascinating route. That's a nice guide for double 16. He didn't need it. 3-1 Howson.
Richie Howson
has the darts for a 4-1 victory, and this is some way to respond to the disappointments of his match against Wayne Jones.
Do you know what I think is going to be a really fascinating game today? Is game 11 between Copeland and Howson. 2 very different demeanours on the stage. But based on what we've seen already today,
60.
Richie Howson is going to play somebody who's got West Ham colours on. Or as he would say, West Ham.
140.
Tell you what, they could have a very good season this year, could the Hammers, Julian Lopetegui.
I agree. I think they could be really good.
Rumour mill this morning, Aaron Wan-Bissaka could be heading to the London Stadium.
I think it's almost a done deal, isn't it? And what's also a done deal is Steve's team, Tottenham Hotspur, setting
81.
a transfer record for Spurs, getting a certain somebody from Bournemouth over the weekend.
Yeah, I spent a lot of the weekend with a Tottenham Hotspur supporter, and that
100.
topic of conversation came up a heck of a lot.
And Newcastle United won a trophy over the weekend,
60.
albeit just the Salah Cup, which is a friendly tournament at St James's Park. But we did beat two teams that are in the Champions League.
And they were?
Girona and Brest.
140.
Nice win. Richie, 61 for the match.
Now, if West was on 61, he'd go treble 7.
135. Richie requires 61.
Howson, however, he probably looks at 45.
Double 8. And now double 4. For 4-1 success, it
53.
doesn't go. And have a
Steve
look at the
require
treble 15
85.
again, because that's where Steve West is going to lurk with dart 1. Now it's going to be a dart at the bullseye to save it.
60.
Doesn't go, and so Howson's back for
Richie
his first
require
win.
8.
Yeah, that was well thrown. Just misses the target. That
No
one
score.
does as well. Wrong colour.
Stevie require 25.
Not the owl. That one is the ow.
A howler from the
Game
Owler.
shot on the fifth
And
leg.
West arrows his way
Steve
back to
West.
3-2. He gets the break. Don't apologise, Steve.
Sinclair gets Steve to throw first.
Howson
Game
has had a number of opportunities now to win this match. They've come and gone, and West hoping to make him pay for that. He has the darts in this leg
on.
to send us
97.
all the way to a last leg decider.
I tell you what I was really keen to see this morning from Steve. These new flights. They're called spring-loaded moulded flights. So the construct is a one-piece mould.
140.
But this version, as you can see, they have a step after the join. They're actually a one-piece. You can
100.
pop them on the top. And they move vertically, so they absorb energy when you hit them. It's a really interesting design. As you can see from Richie's darts, he's got
140.
that slim flight, which he's used for years. He's got moulded at the minute as well. But Steve likes to
92.
play it with a little bit of white, a little bit of ice blue. In the past, he's played with a little bit of the old Tottenham Hotspur yellow as well, hasn't he?
Well, that used to be his
100.
superstitious shirt, wasn't it? The Saturday night yellow. Again, I think that was Michelle's idea.
42.
I hope it was her idea,
Richie
because if
require
I've taken the credit it's not so, I'll know all about it.
Great first start. But it doesn't result in a match start, and that's when you don't want 42.
105. Stevie require 170.
Time to go fishing, Steve, but he's not going to save the match, and it could be 4-2 Howson here if he finds
60.
double
Richie
8.
requires 16.
He's been a level above Steve West in this contest. And he fires home a 4-2 victory. An average of 95 in the end, finishing off with a 13 darter. Richie Howson's on the board. As for Steve West, who was the bookmaker's favourite to win Group A before a dart was thrown, but he finds himself 2 from 2 in the defeats column. That is the tale of the tape as far as this game is concerned. We're going to go for a short break, and we're going to see Krzysztof Kciuk and Wayne Jones on the other side.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg, Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? Took me a long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. That's the view from the back of the stage, and you can fill the back of the stage on a Saturday night when we have a crowd in. We bring the tables in, we bring the atmosphere, and we bring the noise, and we bring you right here, right now. Game number 5. Wait, another game. We really will get some noise because Barry Copeland will take on Johann Brouwer. Before the break, Richie Howson beat Steve West 4-2. In the middle of that, we're going to watch Krzysztof Kciuk take on Wayne Jones. Two players who won their opening match. Jones a 4-1 victor against Richie Howson. Looked in very good nick in that contest. 95 average, 4 from 5 on his doubles. Up against Kciuk, who, in terms of scoring stakes, showed us some good stuff. However, missed 16 darts at a double. He's going to have to improve upon that. That's a statement which doesn't need to be said, if the truth be told. But if he does find his gear, this could be a real good contest.
140.
Yeah, could well be. Judging by the reverse psychology that Wayne Jones has employed here today, though, shall we do this entire match with reverse psychology attached?
60.
No.
That's a good start. Well, how often do you see a game of darts in this era, and I'm talking about the last,
125.
let's say 4 or 5 seasons, how often do you see two players using teardrop flights? Honestly, it very, very rarely happens these days, because these flights that used to be really fashionable in the 80s and 90s, not so much anymore.
Probably the last game like that on a big stage was probably Glenn Dowen against
88.
Steve Beaton, but I think that one went a bit pear-shaped for the pair.
Yeah, because a lot of people call them pear-shaped flights, teardrops. There are different versions of them out there, and Wayne Jones might need a different one now.
148.
Well, every tear is a waterfall, isn't it? Is that how the song goes? Anyway, Kciuk looking for an ice-cold play here, leaving 88 after 12 to take a 1-0 lead. Looking to find that higher power in this opening leg.
I get the feeling you're alluding to something there, Henry.
Quite 88.
Because the power used to use pear-shaped flights, didn't he? For many, many years.
Usually cut down for a pair of scissors, but the point still stands.
72.
I'm trying to think what year it was that he went from pairs to slims. I think it was around the turn of the century.
100. Krzysztof, you require.
Because he hit the 9-darter in 2002 with the Slims, didn't he? He's looking for the Slim 2.
14.
Or as Sid Waddell used to call it, the skinny
When you
red bit.
require 116.
Well, this would be a bit of a steal, wouldn't it? Kciuk missing more darts than a double. Can Jones punish?
96.
Could not convert the tops.
2.
No turning back now. Only one target left.
No.
And it's not that one.
When you require 20.
A somewhat similar start to this game.
Game
Like we
shot
saw
the
with
first leg.
Kciuk
One
against
Jones.
Brouwer. But Krzysztof doesn't get away with that one. Not with Wayne around.
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game.
So far today, Krzysztof Kciuk has missed 22 darts at a double, and that is in just 6 legs of
140.
darts.
Yeah, Wayne's missed 2.
Goes without saying, if it's a
96.
trend that continues, Wayne Jones will win this game quite comfortably.
Now, there is an argument that states that Wayne Jones is the best player that's ever come from the West Midlands.
80.
It would take one heck of a case to rebuff that, in my opinion. Think about the areas around the West Midlands that have given us great dart players over the
93.
years. Tipton, Birmingham, Wolverhampton. And before anybody tries, Staffordshire doesn't count. Because Staffordshire is a whole different entity. When you're talking about the likes of Adrian Lewis, Ian White, Phil Taylor, Mark Frost, Trevor Carter.
58.
Isn't the rule to beat West Midlands your football club has to play hi-ho something before a match?
You know more about that than I.
100.
Hi-ho Wolverhampton, the famous tune that is played at Molyneux before match days.
Kim Hybrechts used to walk out to that, didn't he? That always puzzled me a little bit. He supports Liverpool,
140. When you require
and he's about as West
126.
Midlands as I am. I like that first start. Just ricochets into the one, so that shot's off. But he might get another poke, you know.
112. Krzysztof, you require 114.
To screw up at 1-1, it'd be ironic when you consider the raft of doubles he's already missed to date. If he can take out the 1-1-4, and he's going to get a dart at top to do exactly that.
94.
But once again, unable to find. Jones is back for 2-0. And if he can pin double 12, he'll have this game exactly where he wants it. In
Game shot the
control,
second leg.
in
Wayne
command,
Jones.
and into a 2-0 lead. The Wanderer is looking more than comfortable so
Then
far.
it gets Krzysztof to throw first. Game on.
The Wanderer looking wonderful.
Now, this look of Krzysztof,
134.
if you didn't know that he was a dart player, what line of work do you think he would be in? He's got the look of an artist, doesn't he?
60.
He almost looks like a conductor of an orchestra. And they've got some wonderful venues for things like that in Poland, especially in a beautiful town called Katowice.
140.
It's just outside of Krakow, which is where Krzysztof is from. That played almost host to the recent
45.
Poland Darts Masters, which was won by Luke Littler.
Paul Nicholson's not happy about the fact he couldn't go and see the orchestra at that event. I'll have to get the violin out.
95.
You know that I'm a fan of classical music, that's why you said that. Speaking of music, I know the kind of music that Wayne likes.
140.
And it's not classical.
Krzysztof, you reckon 132.
You need drums, you need guitars, and you need James Hetfield.
85.
Well, that last dart, how was that got in there?
He's only missed 7 darts at a double in this match. He's going to get more to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
100.
Jones leaves himself on a finish.
47.
That's one way to do it.
Game shot.
You will not see another 47 checkout like that this
Kciuk.
week. We can't guarantee it, but I'd be very surprised if we see that again.
First. Game on.
So Krzysztof Kciuk, who had missed 23 darts at a double, and we're in the middle of game 2, has just taken out a 47, treble 15, double 1, first dart in hand.
100.
And he's had 2 visits at double 1 already in this match, which is never a good sign. Maybe he's a bit like Johnny Clayton.
100.
Double 1's his favourite. By the way, if you don't know who James Hetfield is, he's the lead singer of Metallica. And that's the kind of music that Wayne likes.
100.
That kind of era. Mid-80s, heavy rock.
Straight he does.
100.
Yeah, first to the finish, but he wants to try and leave that a little bit easier if he could, but not on this occasion. Now, Adam in our YouTube chat has had a very good point to make, actually. Jason Lowe
58.
is from the West Midlands in Cradley Heath.
41.
Fabulous player. Has played on the PDC Pro Tour as well. The man with the biggest hands I've ever seen.
Well, I ain't shaking his hand anytime soon.
59.
Seriously, it's like shaking hands with a baseball glove.
148 for Kciuk to level up at 2-2. It's not going to go, and so Wayne's going to have an opportunity to open up a 3-1 lead. And be on the cusp of 2 big victories on 2 to kickstart the day.
When you require 82.
Well, this is right up his alley, because he loves double 16. But if he can't get it, try and snag tops.
42.
Tops isn't taken.
Krzysztof, you
Kciuk will
require
come back for 90 to square this game up at 2-2. Might just be a dart of the bullseye here. Might not be anything.
Well, if he's going to find the 25 here, he wants it low. There's nothing wrong with the weight of dart there. It just lost the line. If that was 1 centimetre to the right, that
50.
would have been a dream marker for the bullseye.
40.
Tops a 3-1.
Game shot on the
No
full
mistake.
there.
And there
Wayne
has been
Jones.
no mistaking Wayne Jones in the double stakes. 3 from 6 in this match, 4 from 5 in the last. And
Against Krzysztof
I
to
bring
throw
to your
first.
attention what
Game.
Wayne Jones was with the odds compilers to win this group before a dart was thrown. I know it's still very early days, but of the 6 players in this group A, he was the 5th favourite. He was 15-2 with the bookies.
85.
Well, they're looking very long odds now.
15-2, that sounds familiar. Isn't that what Thomas Banks was to win on the Saturday night a couple of weeks ago? And he went on to bulldoze his way through to Champions Week. Never underestimate someone who's done what Wayne Jones has done. And a lot of the numbers that we can come up with
44.
as far as form is concerned, and a lot of the comments that we're having in our YouTube chat as well about what people have done prior to this, the most pertinent period to see what kind of form people are in
86.
is between 3 and 5 months. If you've done something of note in the last 3 months, you're going to get everybody's attention. It doesn't necessarily have to be here.
40.
If it's been on the ADC circuit, WDF circuit, Challenge Tour, even the Pro Tour. Remember when Scott Williams came here? He'd already won a Pro Tour title. But the information that we have from these guys is just a little more sketchy, which is probably one of the reasons why the odds compilers are
57.
having those odds a little longer.
Jones craving a 2 treble turn here to put the game in the palm of his hands.
60.
And no treble means that he's allowed Kciuk to have 6 to bring it back to 3-2.
But how many darts at double can he get from this position?
40.
That doesn't help. Now, they never say it out loud, but there's a silent word in darts matches sometimes. And that word is music. Because
60.
when you see your opponent getting that
Kciuk, you
fallout
require
or that
135.
collision, what you're saying to yourself is, music to my ears, that the dart is on the floor and not on the board.
There's actually players who, in the background, sometimes actually think up of a music track, and just have that reciting round their head, particularly when they're playing a
83.
player with a bit more of a
135.
slower pace, shall we say.
Well, what song is Wayne Jones thinking of right now for this checkout? He's thinking, hit this, and it'll be sad but true that Kciuk will have lost
83.
this match.
Krzysztof, you
However,
require 52.
nothing else matters but 52.
It's double 16, a love shack.
Game shot on the
Back
fifth
to 3-2 it is.
Krzysztof Kciuk.
You're the only person I know who could go from Metallica to the B-52s.
Sigve against Wayne.
That is one big jump.
Wait till somebody hits treble 15, because there'll be a brim full of Asher on the 45.
60.
Wayne's not happy with that start. And you can't let someone like Krzysztof, who's so methodical, get a little bit of confidence.
60.
He will not exude one bead of sweat here in the live lounge this week. Even though the temperature is going up in Portsmouth to around about 28 degrees today, it will be hot down there.
83.
And I think whoever manages that the best may just come out the best in the points total as well.
Luckily for us, we're in a nice air-conditioned commentary booth today.
45.
Wherever you are, do send your questions in via the YouTube chat room. But better still, you can be here on a Saturday night at the Live Lounge. Scan that QR code, which is on your screen. It takes you to a website called dartshop.tv. And you can be here for our Saturday night spectaculars. And we've had some real good weeks, haven't we, recently here at the
96.
Live Lounge. We were here a couple of weeks ago when Thomas Banks picked up the title, and the atmosphere in there, I remember we did a link on the stage, and we've worked together on Champions Nights, and I think the atmosphere in there, even though maybe there was less people, was possibly louder than on a Champions Night.
No possibly about it, it was louder.
Well, you couldn't hear me, which, to be honest, probably wasn't a bad thing.
No, but I could read your lips.
59. Wayne require 180.
Are we about to read the mind of Wayne Jones? Double 19.
80.
I hit it a little bit earlier. That one's missed by a postcode.
Felt very safe, and that's why it dragged low, because Kciuk's nowhere to be seen. But another treble here will just keep Wayne thinking.
98. Wayne require 30.
Is to get over the line and to seal a second victory from 2. Double 16. Completes a 4-2 win for Wayne Jones. It's another good performance from Wayne Jones. He gets over the line against Krzysztof Kciuk. And it is the Wanderer who ascends to the top of the table. I suppose it is August, so Wolves could be top of the table. Wolves are top of the table here at the Super Series. Jones 4, Kciuk 2. Next up, well, get the ear defenders out, because Copeland takes on Brouwer.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scave. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get Matt match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Well, if you're expecting a quiet Monday morning here at the Super Series, well, that's not going to happen right here, right now, because Johann Brouwer is about to take on Barry Copeland, two players who are going to wear their hearts on their sleeves. It's our 6th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So far, we've seen 2 wins for Wayne Jones, 4 points to his name after getting the better of Krzysztof Kciuk by 4 legs to 2 before the break. And if Copeland can win this one against Brouwer, he will join the Wanderer on 4 points from 4. He got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 3 in his opening match. 1-2-2 checkout in the decider, helping him over the line. As for Johann, he missed 15 darts at a double in his match against Krzysztof Kciuk, and he went down by a 4-1 scoreline. What do you see in this one, Nico?
Apart from the volume,
45.
I see Copeland as the favourite because he's the one who settled the best this morning. And the fact that he's got the darts as well leads me to believe that Johann's up against it here.
140.
It says a lot that when in a match of darts, the quietest person on stage is going to be Owen Binks.
45.
One thing I will say about Brouwer, I think his preparation coming into this has been about as good as it gets. He has now been selected for his national squad. That's going to be an experience
59.
for him. And as a teammate, I think he would be wonderful because he's going to get everybody amped. But what you can see under his dart shirt is him wearing a T-shirt as well. And you think that might be counterproductive, wearing that in hot conditions. I think it's a strength because it means that the dart shirt's not going to be pulling on his skin if things get a bit warm.
I was actually speaking to Scott Mitchell about this the other week because it was a very, very warm week here a couple of weeks ago. And he was saying there was one game where he was struggling in terms of concentration because all he can feel was the shirt sticking to him, and particularly the sleeve on his throwing hand, and it just made things very uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, a couple of players who have employed that quite a lot.
121.
One was the late Kyle Anderson, who always used to wear a T-shirt in Fremantle Dockers colours.
41.
Big Dockers fan he was.
59.
And Dimitri Vandenberg does it. He tends to wear a T-shirt under his dart shirt most of the time as well.
Game shot on the first leg. Barry
Nothing
Copeland.
underhanded about that from the daddy. As he takes the lead, and he looks very much at home here in Portsmouth. He has a very menacing look on his face, doesn't he? Wouldn't want to have a staring contest with Barry.
100.
Put it this way. If you're ever in a bit of trouble, you wouldn't mind Barry Copeland and Neil Duff to try and bail you out of trouble. Well, he is daddy cool, isn't he, so far? Playing some excellent stuff is Barry Copeland, settling on the stage superbly.
I would imagine he would be a pretty good person to have in your squad at the old Europe Cup that's coming up. Yeah, Tom Sykes is not playing at the Europe Cup, is he? Even though he would have been up for selection. That's for the England team, by the way.
190.
Let's not go too deep into as to why the reasons might be.
I haven't got a clue, so let's just move on. Is this some sort of Jack Grealish situation? Is it? Anyway, let's move on. Northern Ireland against the Netherlands. In big darting terms, what does that stir up for you?
45.
Gurney against Van Gerwen. They've had some duels. Dolan against Van Barneveld.
60.
Van Veen against Rock.
Area require 57.
I think it's a pretty good country rivalry. Oops. 23 left. Oops. Double oops.
49.
We've put the wrong Northern Irish player for double trouble, haven't we?
Well, he's now on something that you don't see very often. He could win this leg having hit 3 doubles.
8.
Now, how many times can you honestly say that you've seen a leg won in 501 where 3 of the shots in the leg were double 17, double 7 and double 4? The answer is never. Unless you've been down the dog and duck this weekend.
Well, I suppose in double start you could start on a double and then have a tops finish.
100.
That's true. But in straight start, it's like somebody's throwing
59.
something down a tunnel and you get an echo. So it's double, double, double.
It's like going down a tunnel and you hear an echo.
100.
He's really got this game by the scruff of the neck. Now, what did the bookies think of Barry Copeland coming into this campaign, considering he's on debut?
58.
He looks pretty useful, and we always knew he was going to be useful. But there's always that lingering doubt, isn't there? Someone comes here with a reputation. Will they succeed? Will they not?
Well, he's averaging here in excess of 103 on the cusp of a 3-0 lead. This is a player who, before a dart was thrown in this group, was dismissed as a 20-1 no-hope to win Group A. He was 28-1 to win the week. I know it's still early days, but the signs have been red hot for this Irishman.
And if you think he's played weak links in this group, think again, because he's already beaten Steve West. And we know his pedigree, and he played very, very well in that first game, averaging over 93. Or just over 90, I do beg your pardon.
80.
How good is he here?
78.
He'll be hoping he doesn't need 3 doubles again.
One dart. That tops doesn't go. Brace yourselves, because if Brouwer reels the fish in, you'll know all about it.
Caption this contest? That was either him trying to say that his hand was coming into bloom, or maybe it was the fact that he knew that he was about to go 3-0 down.
For flag gets Johann to throw first. Game on.
We did warn you. We know our onions here at the Modus Super Series. We know who graces the hockey and their tendencies. Animation comes as standard in this fixture.
140.
But in fairness to Barry Copeland, he's actually kept it well in check. He's just doing a proficiently professional job. And that's why he's so far in front. 95 the average, 3 from 5 on the doubles. But I've got a great idea about something we could do with Johann Brouwer. Social media team here at the Super Series, make note of this. Do you know what we should do? We've got the fairground down on the seafront and there's little roller coaster rides. We should attach a GoPro to Johann Brouwer and see how he reacts to it. Because I think that's going to be good fun to watch.
97.
We'll see what they say.
Well, if you weren't allowed to zip line this morning like Tom Cruise, then I think that's going to be a no from the insurance company as well.
Would you do that? That zip line? At the Stade de France?
That was, put it this way, for somebody who's got vertigo, that was some watch.
Oh, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Zip lining, great fun. There's good darts there from Johann. Not on a double yet, but this is a better scoring performance. But it's a somewhat similar situation that he had against Krzysztof Kciuk in Game 3. He left it late.
91. Johann require 31.
Copeland might be submitting that leg 4 is not going to be his. And it won't be, but now
Johann Brouwer.
He does have the opportunity to serve this out and inflict a second 4-1 loss to the Dutchman.
We were mentioning, weren't we, in his first match against Steve West, we were rudely interrupted by something called a 1-2-2 finish about it. And that was the World Masters that Barry Copeland got to the final of. We saw the man who won that World Masters title here about a month ago in Wesley Plaisir.
You're probably going to see Wesley at Alexandra Palace later this year.
Could go into it as a 2-time World Masters champion. In matter of fact, Wesley Plaisir should be a 2-time World Masters champion by that point because he's going to be the overwhelming favourite to win that competition in Budapest in October.
Yeah, but should is such a strong word in this sport. Well, let's put it this way. And this is not me being facetious or clickbaity in any sort of way. But there's a risk that Alexandra Palace this year will have Wesley Plaisir, the 2-time World Masters champion, and Lakeside is not going to have its defending champion there to defend it because Andy Bartons can't defend it.
I'm sure Neil Duff will be watching this game right here, right now. Will be sending a text message before too long to say, why have you discredited me? Because he's going to be firmly amongst the favourites for that World Masters as well.
He will be, unquestionably, and we know Neil. Secretly, he doesn't want people to talk about him because then he'll have the excuse of, well, now you can talk about me. And sneakily, that's why we're doing it, Neil. We're trying to fire you up. Not that you tend to need it.
Of course, one of our very own, Matthew Edgar, is going to be at the World Masters. As a matter of fact, a number of our commentators have qualified. Even Glenn Durrant's qualified for the World Masters this year. It's the first time he's qualified for something in a long time.
140.
You're going to have to watch your step. He's going to leave a whoopee cushion on your chair.
Well, we'll get a whoopee and probably everything else in the repertoire if Johann takes out this 1-2-1.
Johann require 121.
He got the fortunate single,
but
he couldn't take advantage of it. Now Copeland has a chance to win 4-1 if he can find 59 more.
Won his first game for Ton Topper.
96.
But he cannot win back-to-back matches with Ton plus checkouts. And so Brouwer's going to get one more chance to save this contest. He's only going to get one dart in his hand. And that dart's going to be a double 16. And that
36.
dart isn't found.
Barrier require 20.
Pleading with himself to get more from this game, but the game could be ended And the game is ended.
Johann the match.
Very, very strong
Very
after 2
focused.
rounds of play. And the daddy, well, he is almost the daddy in the table. He's in second spot after 2 rounds of play. He's undefeated as well. And that very steady performance in the scoring stakes gave him enough opportunities to get over the line. And as you can see, 50% is very useful in that doubling department. But when we come back, it will be the start of round number 3. It's going to be the Thumb from Poland against the Owl from Essex.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
But Howson has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Howson to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Hi there, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 6 matches and our first day's worth of action as far as Group A is concerned. It's so far so good for Wayne Jones, the one who had 2 wins from 2, as 2 is Barry Copeland. They are the pair that have really taken the ascendancy at the top of the table. It's fairly uniformed as things stand. We go into round 3 of our day, which kicks off with Richie Howson and Krzysztof Kciuk. These pair have both won 1 and lost 1 so far today. Actually, the way the table is concerned with the 3rd round of fixtures, we could see a little bit of table separation, because the 2 players on 0 points, West and Brouwer, go toe-to-toe. The 2 players at the top in Jones and Copeland on 4 points will face off, and Kciuk and Howson, one of them will move on to 4 points. We might learn a little bit more by the end of this round's worth of play. But it is Kciuk up against Howson to kickstart round 3. And for Howson, a really good performance last time out against Steve West. An average of 95.42. The doubling was good as well. For Kciuk, well, it's kind of been the same story all day. The scoring's been all right, but the doubling has left a lot to be desired.
140.
Pretty easy to say that he can't really put his finger on what's been going wrong at times, but if he puts his thumb on it, he'll probably figure it out.
100.
He's a very smart individual, is Krzysztof. Very smart indeed. If my memory serves me right, I believe he used to work in computer programming. That in itself is a different language. Maybe the most important language these days. And I think this is a really good fixture for Richie Howson, because it's the kind of player that plays at the same pace as he does. And predominantly, players like to play against players who play the same pace as they do.
131.
Speaking of intelligent, though, Richie Howson is the epitome of someone. You speak to him for about 10 minutes, and you think, he's such a lovely chap. He hasn't got a nasty bone in his body.
Richie require 130.
But he's got 3 things that he's world class at. The sport of darts is one of them.
$98.
He can fish about as good as anybody I've ever met. And he's a rather good drawer as well.
100.
He had to go back to the drawing board after that defeat against Wayne Jones, but then painted a perfect picture against Steve West. But we're going to get another one of those legs where a few doubles are going to have to be hit. And it is a double-double, and Howson's up and running, 14 darter, 1-0. But he is one of them people, Richie, as you mentioned, such a nice guy. One of those people that when he won that Champion of Champions title, there really wasn't a dry eye in the house at Viva Blackpool. But he's also one of those people that you bump into, and when he reels off his talents, you feel almost insignificant in his company. Well, at least I do anyway.
The thing is, he's not big-headed with it at all. Just a really nice chap
43.
who is really good at stuff. And he lives life the way that a lot of people really should. He's got a great support network.
100.
He's never really been restricted too much in doing what he wants to do. Works hard. Excellent example of a man, in my opinion. I can't compliment him more than that. And that's why he's got such great friends. Really good friends with Keegan Brown. Everybody at Essex County. His wife Lane is an absolute diamond.
You mentioned really good friend Keegan Brown. Don't you mean stalker?
60.
According to his social media posts. I'm not saying that Keegan is outside his front door every single morning as Richie leaves. I'm not saying that for a minute.
Well, you sidestepped that landmine really well, didn't you, Henry?
81.
Well, that's a second commentary colleague that I've upset today. I only have to go through Chris Mason. I've got the whole repertoire.
Yeah, just leave me for last.
We've got plenty of time this week for that to happen.
Yeah, Howson hasn't got enough time to get a 2-0 lead yet. The only way he gets it is via Kciuk mistakes.
97. Krzysztof, you require 141.
However, Howson will be aware that Krzysztof has not been able to finish legs off. And he's already on a bit of a drifter with dart 1. So Howson will be in the right mind to be alert here and pile as much pressure on as possible because of the misses that's been coming at the outer ring from the thumb.
If a mistake comes from the pole, Howson is lurking.
56.
Apparently, like Keegan Brown on his own step. Double 4.
Game shot in the
No mistake at all.
Krzysztof Kciuk.
And he's got every right to have a thumbs up, just like on the back of his shirt there.
Richie to throw first.
Imagine if he was to play Andrew Gilding. Thumbs everywhere.
There was limbs everywhere on Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge as Marvin van Velzen picked the title up.
He had a cheer squad here, didn't he? People wearing Marvin t-shirts?
The Marvin Army. It's amazing how many days a week the print shop in Portsmouth work.
If I may be honest, it's not very original, is it?
They specifically flew over to watch him play, and Marvin didn't have a clue about it.
He didn't know they were coming. Well, they were very confident that he was going to make Saturday. It's a very worthwhile risk in the end, wasn't it? And they definitely helped him get over the line against Adrian Gray in that final.
Sure, they would have come regardless. Portsmouth's a lovely city in August.
You would say that. You spent about 99.999% of your life here.
$59.
I wish I could have a counter argument, but I haven't.
I only speak the truth.
60.
Well, only 60 from Kciuk means he's still a dart behind Howson, who definitely has a brilliant chance of taking the lead again.
$60.
Now this one's just taken a bit of a turn here. It's gone a little bit mundane. But the curious thing is, it might have gone to that degree,
140,
but they're still both averaging over 90, even at this early stage.
What in football they'd like to call a stalemate at this present moment in time.
65.
Howson favourite for the leg. He's already taken out a 96 today. And he's going to get a go at it. Took out that 96 in his game against Steve West.
60. Richie require 96.
96 again. Double 18 again.
60.
He probably thought that second dart for the double 18 was good, but it just went a little bit too far. Is it the bullseye calling or double 5? It is the bull.
64.
Now another chance for Howson to hold.
36.
By and large, you don't expect Richie Howson to miss with 3 in hand. And he takes it with dart 1, and he takes a 2-1 lead in this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Krzysztof to throw first.
He looks in very good fettle, doesn't he, right now, Richie Howson?
When does he not? And someone's actually had the audacity to ask in our YouTube chat if anybody thinks he's overrated.
57.
Now, I wouldn't normally bring up such a question, but I'm about to take that question, answer it, and knock it out of Hampshire with a bat. Because, no, nobody thinks he's overrated.
140.
End of discussion.
Well, let's put this in perspective. Richie Howson has made the final of pretty much every
59.
single WSDT major tournament.
And he has won a WDF title. He won the Viking Cup.
He's the champion of champions. He's made a World Seniors final. He's made a final here on a Saturday night.
And we move swiftly on.
Nice to see that some people are making best use of their summer holidays, isn't it?
Well, how does he get that third dart in there? That third dart from Kciuk, does that signify just how tall he is? Because I think he's around 6'5", possibly 6'6".
57.
He was going over the top of that dart, and there was maybe a millimetre to find over the top of the second dart. You look at that dart there and you think you can get that underneath. To him, it's very different.
84.
He's looking at the dart over the top of it.
164 for 3-1 lead. Treble 18. Would have left the bullseye. Kciuk 1-2-1 to square this contest up. And he may have to take it out when you consider the way Richie's been finishing in this game.
A chance for Krzysztof.
Game shot on the fourth.
Very special from KK.
Krzysztof Kciuk.
And he's not the only KK we've got here this week, because Keelan K is playing in Group B on Thursday and Friday night, alongside another K in Kurt Parry. And a small matter of Gary Stone, the favourite for the week.
To put it in perspective,
60.
Krzysztof Kciuk is a player that has been struggling with doubles all day and then finds a 1-2, 1 out.
And what did Jimmy Greaves say about football? It's a funny old game.
57.
It's not just football.
I'll tell you what, I could add further fuel to that Richie Howson fire because I've just had a text from Jack Garwood, who of course works as a referee here at the Super Series and does an excellent job working on the World Seniors Tour. And he messages me to remind everybody that he is the current World Seniors World #1, 3-time major finalist,
98.
champion of champions, and in the history of the World Seniors Tour, he has won more titles than any other player. He's won 8 of them, including 7 on the floor.
60.
If I could throw a few embers on your fire there, Henry, how about somebody else who we know here at the Modus Super Series saying that Howson getting chances makes him the most clinical finisher he's seen. And that's coming from Derek Coulson. That's a pretty big commendation from Derek. So this argument is null and void because everybody seems to have the same opinion. I think when Richie Howson goes from venue to venue, including Portsmouth to Reading to the Circus Tavern, all over the place, he has something that hovers above his head, apart from his halo. And those words read, hard to beat. That's exactly what he is. He's hard to beat.
The biggest compliment is when you draw a player and you see it and people go, oh no.
45.
And that is exactly what people think when they play Richie, because you just
82.
know you're going to be drawn into a hard battle because he is such a difficult player to get the better of. And he could be 3-2 to the good here. He's got 6 starts from 82. And he's going to need the full quota after going low on tops. Derek himself, a very, very good player. A player that I rate very, very highly and was unlucky the last time he was here. He was placed in a hard Group C with Danny Jansen
20.
for starters. This to 3-2.
Game shot on the 5th.
Not bad at all.
Richie Howson.
And in this game, he's 3 from 7 on the doubles. He's getting enough chances. All he needs now is one more, and he will win this match and go to 4 points, alongside Wayne Jones and Barry Copeland, who are yet to lose today.
140.
Well, they're the statue-like figure of Krzysztof Kciuk.
I tell you what, if that haircut gets any bushier, he's going to look like one of those guards at Buckingham Palace.
60.
He's got the right demeanour for that job, hasn't he? He wouldn't smile much during the match. I tell you one thing. Lovely chap is Krzysztof. Really, really friendly.
60.
Keeps himself to himself. Mild-mannered. But don't let that fool you. This guy has got levels and he has done stuff. He's qualified for European Tour events.
140.
He's attained an average in PDC darts of over 110. And that tells you that if you go to sleep against him, he can wake you up.
97.
Well, up until Jeffrey de Graaf hit that singular average of 120 in Sweden's game earlier on this year at that particular competition, Krzysztof Kciuk held the World Cup record for biggest ever individual average in a doubles match.
41.
I do get the feeling that Kciuk and Ratajski do click when they play pairs together.
98.
But sometimes the strongest pairing don't play with each other when it comes to the PDC World Cup.
And because of where Seb is in terms of the development order merit, and there's a chance he gets a card, Kciuk may only be able to play there if he gets one next year. 106 to take us all the way, and he has got 6 from here.
70.
He doesn't find his second ton plus out of the match.
It's just a little bit of a shake of the head there from Richie in the background. Probably saying to himself, I should be on a finish after 12 darts, which at this level, most of the time you will be.
59. Krzysztof, you require 32.
It looks like he might have to win this match the hard way by doing it in leg 7.
No score.
Maybe he can do it in 6.
Richie require 156.
And 156 is a checker that he won't mind, because he'll stay there. And double 18 is a double he loves. And it's a double he finds to seal a superb win.
Richie Howson.
Richie Howson gets the better of Krzysztof Kciuk by 4 legs to 2, and he finishes with a stunner. A 156 to get over the line and to deny the Thumb a second victory. So he moves on to 4 points, level with Wayne Jones and Barry Copeland temporarily. As for Steve West and Johann Brouwer after the break, the winner of this contest will get their first points of the day.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and we're about to get into our middle match of day 1 already, and someone's about to get off the mark after we've just seen a brilliant end to a match by the incredibly overrated Richie Howson, who ends a match with a 156 checkout. You don't do that when you haven't got the stones and the belief and the confidence. He's got the game, and he's got 4 points as well. Towards the top of the table with Barry Copeland and Wayne Jones, who will go toe-to-toe after this one. And we'll see who will remain undefeated. But who's going to remain defeated at the end of this best-of-7 leg match?
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Now, Johann Brouwer is the only Dutch player in the practice room for the next 3 days. However, he's got exceptional English.
180.
But he's not the only Dutch-speaking player in the room, because Mr. West is also fluent in Dutch.
100.
Of course, Steve spent some time, significant amount of time out in Holland. His brother, Tony, still lives out there. He's currently in the UK. And we'll be here if Steve qualifies for Saturday night. I believe, indeed, the whole West family will be here on Saturday night, should he make it. And it could be, well, a busy Saturday night once again at the Live Lounge. So, once again, we implore you to book early and scan the QR code, which we'll show you very shortly. It takes you to www.dartshop.tv.
Unfortunately,
100.
if you're looking for Champions Night tickets, it's like finding a Sunderland shirt at St James's Park when there's no Sunderland team there. You're not going to find one.
Matter of fact, I have been told on good authority they are sold out.
60.
Not surprised. That is going to be one raucous night on London Road. Ooh, Westy. Westy.
80.
What have we just seen? Going for 3 tops. I haven't seen him do that before. Brouwer's back at 182. Maybe just sending out a bit of a signal because Steve knows that Johann likes to give it some and maybe just wants to keep him as quiet as possible. Well, you'll definitely keep him quiet when you win legs, and that's exactly what Steve West has done there. The double 10 gives him a 1-0 lead.
Game on.
Do you see any signs of panic in Steve right now? Because I don't.
Steve's pretty much told us this is all a bit of a free roll for him. If he does well this week, it is an absolute bonus. For him, it's just trying to get his game in the best possible place. He'd be hoping
95.
His family and friends will be scanning that at the door on a Saturday evening. That takes you to dartshop.tv. That's the website that we mentioned in the previous leg where you can get tickets to the Super Series. Champions Night is sold out. Double Trouble is the week after, and that's a very popular Saturday evening. There's some big names in action. And Scott Mitchell will be playing that week as well. Neil Duff's going to be in action. He's defending that particular crown, which he won back in February. Beat Jim McEwen in the final of that.
140.
And it gets to that point where we head towards the Double Trouble weeks or the specials weeks where we ask you
57.
What kind of specials weeks would you like here at the Super Series?
You're still talking about darts, aren't you? You wouldn't like 6 players to turn up and have some sort of cooking contest. We're talking about darts, right?
They can do it during the session whilst they're not playing and they can cook us up a lunch.
Well, I think the most popular suggestion has been pairs. I'm still talking about darts, by the way. And we're talking about missed singles again, unfortunately, for Johann.
36.
We did do a pairs mini competition on our YouTube channel once upon a time, which you can view. That went down a bit of a storm. I wouldn't mind doing another one of them. Johann wouldn't mind finding tops here. Or double 10 here. There we are, 1-1. The second leg following a similar passage of play to the first. Brouwer finding double 10 with a 17th dart.
Game on.
And he is trying to channel... I was going to say he was trying to channel his inner Zen, and as soon as he tried to, he decided to let all of his emotions out. That's not how it works.
Yes, welcome back to Portsmouth, Johann, the Zen Gremlin. Because he went from Zen to Gremlin
45.
as fast as it takes Noah Lyles to get out of the blocks.
You could call him the Zenlim.
97.
Try to get yourself into a dart player's brain. Just your average dart player's brain. It's a bit of a minefield anyway, but imagine spending 5 minutes in the noggin of Johann. My word. Must be like Alton Towers in there.
100.
Well, the mind and the mental game has been one of the key strengths of Steve West. One of the real big improvements that we've seen from him since dropping off the tour and playing here at the Super Series. His resilience and his staying power has been a real testament and really one of the key reasons as to why he's picked up 4 weekly titles.
60.
If you look at the bad visits scoring-wise that you can possibly get from Johann, look at how far that is from a 60. That's a bad dart 60. For him. Look at the previous visit for West. His bad dart was about half a centimetre high.
60.
He's had 2 in a row. Good grouping, but nothing in a treble.
Using himself 84 to open up a 2-1 lead.
140. Stevie Require 84.
Lovely first dart. Double 12. Can he get it off the barrel? Yes, is the answer. He does so perfectly.
Steve West.
West 2-1 to the good. It's a game that's being played in the 6-visit ballpark.
Game on.
But for these two, performances to a certain extent are a bit of an irrelevance when you consider that
140.
for one, they'll pick up their first win in their third match. The loser will be 0-3 on Monday morning.
43.
I don't know if you remember, Henry, but when it was Monday morning and Brouwer was here for the first time, he won his first couple of games. And that's when we heard the noise attached to him. That has been somewhat muted by the fact that he's lost his first 2 this time, which will make this Monday morning a very different experience.
60.
It's up to Westy to try and keep him down now, and ultimately everybody else. Last time he went into Group B by making the top 3 of the table, which is what happens when you finish 2nd or 3rd in Group A. Win the group, you will have Thursday and Friday off.
140.
Which would be ideal for Steve because, as you mentioned, there's a honeymoon to be had. But as far as this week's concerned, that's the West Side story.
60. Johann required 61.
That's quite good for you.
I try.
That's one way to do it.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Johann Brouwer.
That caught everybody off guard, apart from Johann. I think even Steve West's thinking, did you do that on purpose?
Game.
He is box office, and right now, quite frankly, he's in the kind of mood on the hockey that he would box himself in an office.
When Steve West is throwing, can we have another little side screen in the corner next to the scoreboard which has Johann on it at all times?
Can you imagine playing darts against him in lockdown?
59.
He would have been celebrating in his own kitchen. He's definitely good value. And speaking to some of the players this morning before Johann was here, they were very, very aware of what he was like the last time he was here. They were well prepared. They'd done their homework.
There's a part of me that thinks, I wonder whether in Series 9 they've put Johann Brouwer in the same Group A as Richie Burnett.
Well, that would be interesting.
100.
Good luck to the referee.
170.
What about Johann against Marvin van Velzen?
60.
I bet they could have a bit of a dust-up, couldn't they? Well, one of them's in Champions Week. The other one's on a quest for it. There's a long way to go. Now, is Steve getting too many steady 60s so far today? He gets the bullseye 1 dart too late.
76.
It could be Brouwer in front for the first time today. He has not led a match at all, and we started 2.5 hours ago.
And he won't be at the end of that visit. He may not be at the end of this leg because West comes back with 2 in hand at double 6. And he moves 3-2 to the good. Johann Brouwer had an opportunity to really put the game in his favour. He would have led 3-2 and had the darts to win 4-2. But it is West who finds himself one away from his quest for a first win of the day.
$125.
Steve's remaining games after this include a game against Kciuk in game 10, which is only
58.
a 1-game break after the conclusion of this. And then he has to wait until game 14 to take on Wayne Jones.
45.
If he can get out of today with a minimum of 4 points, that's not bad. But if he can walk away with 6, that would be an incredible recovery after losing his first 2 matches.
60.
Are you a little bit surprised to see Steve West play the full week? Was there a part of you that thought maybe if Steve's coming back, he might play a B or a C?
Yes and no. Yes, because
41.
of the physical stuff based on the rehab and the operation. No, because I know what he's like.
48.
A normal person playing through discomfort would say, I can't play today. Steve is the kind of person who would finish a marathon with half his leg hanging off.
Well,
95.
put it this way, Steve West was playing a vault whilst on crutches.
Anybody would think he really likes darts. See, that's what I'm talking about. That is a dart for the treble 19, and that has not come out of his hand right. That's a kind of dart he wants to eliminate or minimise. Whereas West's misses are just by such small margins.
It's there or thereabouts, isn't it? Triple 18. Bullseye. We would have heard the celebration, and once again, it's a big miss from Brouwer.
Yeah, the backlift there, or the drawback of the dart, was way too short. The rhythm was all wrong. Hello? 42?
67.
No tops.
You only require 33.
So, as a result of no tops, Johann could be level.
Game shot on the 6th.
And we go the distance.
Johann Brouwer. 7th and final leg.
West didn't even look at his opponent. He held his hand out, but he just wanted to focus on the job in hand. Didn't want to get almost drawn into the Johann Brouwer show, which I suppose can be the case. When you've got a player that's as eccentric as Johann is, sometimes the one thing you want to do is look away so you don't get drawn into it. That's not being disrespectful to Johann. It's just you focusing on yourself.
140.
I think sometimes that word eccentric is used not in a positive way. Look at
60.
that. Sometimes getting the darts that close together is a gift. Sometimes it's a curse.
60.
And look at that third dart animation from Johann. This is going to be a very
58.
tight finish in this match. And somebody is going to remain on the foot of the table in as little as 2 minutes' time.
And it's as if this pair know exactly about that particular fate if they were to lose this contest. Brouwer's taken the darts off of Steve. And it's 1 or 2 that's just dropping a bit low now for West.
100.
He will remain quite stubborn on that 60 bed. He won't switch as many times as other people do. But it is going to be advantage Johann.
130.
And that's a brilliant approach shot.
Have to say, the last couple of legs, he's been doing his business superbly.
125.
But West has really tapped him on the shoulder.
71.
Both players on 2 dart outs. Brouwer with the first go. And he's going to get the first dart at a double.
51.
But that tops goes low.
Steve
And he could be sinking low to the bottom of the table if Steve takes this out.
He's already had 1 dart at tops. Does he sink or swim?
Game
Swim.
shot and the match. Steve
Brilliant
West.
contest of 7 legs. Very, very tight. And they were separated by 1 dart in the end. Well, you could say 2 darts because Johann missed a shot and Steve takes a shot with his trusty tops. He wins a somewhat attritional battle towards the end, but with the inferior average and the better doubles, it's West who gets his first win of the week. Speaking of wins, it's going to be another one for Jones or Copeland, but who's going to get it?
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where the race for Champions Week has intensified. 2 more weeks worth of action to go until the big date at the end of August. Last week on Saturday, as you saw there during the advert break, Marvin van Velzen won his way through in front of a very loud and passionate crowd here in Portsmouth. It really is becoming a busy ticket on a Saturday evening. It's the Modus Super Series. It's sold out on Champions Night. This week is selling very quickly as well. And next week, we're bound to have a bumper crowd in too. We'll give you the ticketing information, or the ticketing news, as we like to call it, before too long. As Copeland and Jones go toe-to-toe. 2 well experienced campaigners on the stage. And 2 players that have won 2 from 2 as far as Monday morning is concerned. And I think it's fair to say that Wayne Jones has been the player of the day so far.
Been very steady, consistent, reliable. All very positive words. He has had times here where he's been a bit down on himself. Doesn't give himself enough credit anyway. But his record is exceptional. In qualifying weeks,
60.
He makes Saturday. He's played twice. He's made 2 Saturdays. He's won a weekly title. So his hit rate is exceptional.
100.
What's to say that Barry's not going to do just that? Make Saturday and make it a second Northern Irish player into Champions Week to join Neil Duff.
Well, that
100.
will not be a quiet occasion if that's the case. We're going to see a lot of Neil Duff over the course of August and September. Matter of fact, you're going to see him at Champions Week. You're going to see him in the double start week, and he's playing very early in Series 9.
Say the first line of that statement again.
We're going to be seeing a lot of Neil Duff.
Oh, yeah.
100.
It's the catchphrase of the Duff man.
Swiftly moving on.
I want to see the Duff man
100.
dressed as Duff man.
But he might do so at the Influencer event because he's playing in that in September as well.
There you go, Neil. It's been laid down. If you're playing at the Influencer event, you've got to dress as the Duff man.
95. When you require 100.
That would be worthy.
I think he may hate you for saying that. Jones may love this.
$89.
You look some pretty good nick to me.
146.
That's some good finishes today, has Barry. This will be the best of the lot.
121.
Ouch.
When you require 52.
Just didn't have the end product.
That was a rueful look as well. Double 16 for Wayne. It's been a couple of legs today where he has swooped after his opponent has missed, but on this occasion, it's his turn to pass an opportunity by. 2 darts at 2-8s. He's been handy on his doubles so far today, is Barry Copeland. And he finds the double 4, and he lets us know that he's broken the throw of Wayne Jones.
Second leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Neil Duff going to be playing in that Influencer event. Just a little bit more info on it. That's going to be taking place on Sunday the 8th of September here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Got a couple of guest commentators commentating on that. So our jobs, Nico, are in a bit of peril.
60.
Well, you'll be safe.
Sorry, Henry, I don't work Sundays. Very much. In fact,
60.
I think I'm going to come down and watch that. Although, if there's no seats left, I won't be able to.
I'm sure we can sneak you in.
140.
I'm actually in North Greenwich that day. But it's going to be a very, very popular occasion, that's for sure. There's going to be some special guests, which we'll keep under wraps. Some special things happening.
I just want to see the Duff Man in a Duff Man costume.
100.
Now, when you say Wayne in darts, who's the first Wayne that you think of?
Probably Mardell.
120.
I think most people would probably say that. I'm going to go hipster here. Weaning.
I knew you were going to say that.
Wayne Weaning.
125.
That man has a presence. And his young lad isn't bad. Brandon is a proper player.
Well, he's number 5 in the WDF rankings.
Absolutely right. He could make a very big splash by the end of the year. And where have we seen this before? A missed single. We've seen a few of them today. And if Copeland takes this ton plus checkout, which is a little bit easier than the one he missed in leg 1, Wayne's going to feel very bitter. But it's not on.
53. When you require 32.
Missed a couple at this target in the first leg. And it was that kind of miss in the last leg. But he recovers the situation there, and he levels his match back up at 1 apiece. It's a break apiece to kickstart this contest.
Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other famous wins in darts. Wayne Atwood from Wales. Used to play on the PDC too. It was very hard to beat. Good player. Wayne Atkins, another Australian.
100.
Course world champion.
Wayne Warren.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
Genuinely one of the most humorous, funny, and lovely blokes you could ever meet, Wayne Warren. One of the strongest as well.
59.
We mentioned Barry Copeland being a former World Masters runner-up. Well, Wayne Jones has also lost in the final of that competition, but that wasn't in this century. That was back in 1999. He lost by 3-1 in the final to Andy Fordham at the Lakeside.
Yeah, way to make Wayne feel old, Henry, by saying it wasn't in this century.
Wayne required 41.
He'll thank you for that later. He'll be thanking himself if he takes double 16, his favourite double.
Game
no problem. 12 darter there from Jonah. And it was that double that cost Wayne Jones a PDC title. This is a story I tell often when it comes to Wayne, and it's not something to make him feel down about himself. It's the fact that he did put himself in with a chance of winning PDC senior titles years ago. He just didn't get one. It was March 2009. It was the Ricoh Arena, as it was known then, in Coventry, and he was playing Phil Taylor in the final. He lost that final 6-5, but he missed 2 darts at double 16 to win 6-4. He would subsequently not go on to win a PDC title at that level.
100.
And, hand on heart, anybody can argue this with me if they choose, but he is the best player not to have won a PDC title
95.
ever. That is irrefutable. Based on longevity, where he's been, where he is, it is not even a debate.
I think there's somebody playing in the next match that might want to debate that with you, though.
I'll debate that with Steve, because there is evidence, financial rankings evidence, that states Wayne is the best player not to have won a PDC title.
37.
There was an article written around 2017 that stated the best earners who hadn't won a PDC title. Wayne was at the top by a country mile. And the next person on that list at the time was Mensa Sulevic. And the following week, he went on to win his first title.
Jones is going to fire the 1-2-9. Copeland looking at the 104 to tie this game up at 2 apiece. It's been a seesaw contest. Wayne Jones again averaging deep in the 90s, 96.61 his average at the midway point of the match. However, it could be a match tied at 2-2, but Copeland cannot take out the tops.
And he requires 72.
He's changed his mind.
36.
Sometimes changing your mind can be a stroke of genius. Right there, he bent the wire, but in the wrong way.
Double 5. Goes inside. Now, Wayne Jones decided to change his tack because double 16 wasn't working out for him. He's already bent the wire on double 18, but he's going to get 3 more here for a 3-1 lead. Takes it first time of asking.
Wayne Jones.
And Wayne Jones breaks the throw of Barry Copeland and will now throw for the match.
Fifth leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Let's get into it then. Let's talk about the best players not to have won a PDC title, because Steve West is definitely towards the top of that list.
66.
There are players currently in the top 32 in the world, and the majority of them have won PDC titles, but who's the best player not to have won? We know
60.
that John Henderson's now won the World Cup. No, it's not a ranking title, but it's a PDC title. Gabriel Clemens. Now, there's a whole different discussion. He's been
68.
in more finals in ranking tournaments than Wayne. And he's won £100,000 in making a semi-final of a Worlds. Well, funnily enough, Wayne's been to a semi-final of a Worlds as well. So that puts that to bed. Mike De Decker, the world number 36, has recently won his first. And somebody else from the West Midlands is one of the best players not to have won a title. That's Luke Woodhouse. And he's just outside the top 32, in fact. But Clemens at 25, he is the best player who is on the tour right now who has not won one. But for me, as far as ever is concerned, it's definitely Wayne.
100.
But he is inching towards 6 points out of 6 here today. He's looking very useful. Yet again, he's playing at a very effective level.
Averaging 95.5, which is pretty much the level he played at in his opening match against Richie Howson. A man who's won on this stage. Could be in the winner's enclosure again. He finds that double 18 again. And Wayne Jones is 3 from 3. It's a hat-trick of victories to kickstart Monday for the Wanderer. For Barry Copeland, it's his first loss here at the Live Lounge. But Wayne Jones, he is in fine fettle indeed. He's the man who's in control of the top of the table. He has a 2-point lead now. An average of 96.35. 4 for 9 on his doubles as he beats Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Krzysztof Kciuk in action as he takes on Steve West. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Monday morning. And it's so far so good for the Wanderer. Wayne Jones, a hat-trick of victories for him, sees him top of the table. He beat Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 1 before the break. He'd previously won 2 from 2. It's a really interesting table now. Things have begun to have settled. Jones leading the way on 6 points. Howson and Copeland both on 4. Steve West got his first win in the last round's worth of fixtures, and the victor of his game against Krzysztof Kciuk up next will be on 4. Johann Brouwer is the only player yet to have picked up a win on this Monday morning. And so here's the battle of West and Kciuk in our 10th game of the morning session. For Steve, he got over the line against Johann Brouwer on the last leg decider. As for Krzysztof, the scoring's been okay, but it has been his doubling which has let him down for the large portions of the day. Both players' victories on this opening day have come against Johann, who occupies bottom spot in the league table. But on the basis of play over the first 3 games, who would you just edge as favourite?
Just about Steve, but it's tentative.
First leg, it's Krzysztof to throw first. Game on.
And the reason it's tentative is because he doesn't have the throw. He has been quite frustrated by the lack of double and triple
44.
treble visits, as in 140s and 180s, but because he has had a lot of darts right there.
100.
If his first dart is right on that top wire, whether it's above or slightly below it, then Kciuk has got real issues in this match, because
100.
you and I both know, Henry, if West scores well, he can just blitz you out of the entire game.
40.
But if he's just the tiniest bit off, Kciuk can get chances, but he's going to have to polish up on those doubles like you mentioned.
You know Steve really well. Right now, how will he feel as if today is going?
100.
Not bad at all. I think with Steve, it's not so much about the result, it's about how he feels.
100.
I think he feels really good. He's very much an intrinsic player. It's all about how he feels.
85.
It's never about the end product. It's not about the big check. It's not about the trophy. It's about, if he plays well, it's because he feels good.
57.
I don't think he's thrown badly at all today. But the fine margins between his mediocre stuff and his top
60.
level, it's just the tiniest flick of a switch. And you and I both know, the last thing you want to be when he's playing well
125.
is a member of his family
112.
or one of his best friends, because he tends to save his best stuff for people that he cares about.
Kciuk couldn't take care of the
Steve,
112,
you're
missing the double
79.
16 for it. And so West should get a dart at tops to get the break. It's a leg that he feel like would be a steal if he can nick it. But he cannot convert the tops. He drops low, so Kciuk will get another
32.
free in hand at double 16.
Yeah, that was a difficult shot at tops. Does West fall foul of the thumb on 8s?
16.
There it is again.
Stevie required
That lack
20.
of sharpness on the outer ring could cost Krzysztof dearly.
Thought it was in, has to step back, 2 5s.
10.
Doesn't go. And Kciuk,
Krzysztof, you're
just like he
required
did in that
60.
game against Johann Brouwer, is just being afforded opportunities at the doubles. And
Game
this
on the
time he
first leg.
converts the
Krzysztof Kciuk.
double 8 to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
You never panic when you lose the first leg. That's rule number 1 of temperament.
140.
But if you lose leg 1 and leg 2, then it's a bit of a mountain to climb.
As we mentioned, that World Masters competition,
140.
which is won by Steve's brother Tony back in 2003, beat Raymond van Barneveld in a last set decider to win
96.
that final in the Bridlington Spa.
Yes, that's right. A last set decider. Call me a traditionalist. It's a set format tournament, but
15.
We've been beating that drum for over a year. But that was one great 12-month period for Tony, wasn't it? Because he made the final, then he made it again and won it. And he has since said that losing that final to Mark Dudbridge actually fueled him to go and win it the following year.
100.
Said it made him a better player. West has got a plethora of time from this 1-2-5 to screw up at one apiece. I tell you, if there's ever a player you'd fancy bull 25 bull on that shot, it's Steve West.
He had a great first dart, but he was disgusted with dart 2. And earlier in the day when he had 120,
60.
he went for 3 double tops. And his opponent was not on a finish. Curiously, this time he goes for 60 double 10. I genuinely thought he was going to go for 2 double tops.
I have a feeling the reason he did that in that game against Johann, it was the first leg, and we know what Johann's like, and I just wonder whether that was just a bit of mind, maybe a bit of kidology there from Steve.
Steve required 5.
But West here, 1-2-2 for 1-1.
Game shot.
That is a brilliant dart.
Steve West.
We couldn't see it go in, but he could see the right half of that double.
So like it's Krzysztof.
And the way he throws the darts, it's just not a blocker. He can get past it. And it's a good job he did. Because his opponent was sitting on 86 to equalise his position.
100.
And he could have gone 2-0 up. And what I mean by equalising the position is making sure that you've got a chance, just like your opponent has. They're the best legs, in my opinion, where you both get a chance. Of course, as a player, you want to have
120
loads of legs where your opponent doesn't get a shot at a double, but you can't think that way. It's not realistic. Hang on.
140.
What are you doing to us, Steve?
That would have been some way to come back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Oh, I'll just have another 9-darter.
He didn't hit it because he didn't predict it.
125.
But he's in control of this leg, or he has a good passage in this leg against the throw. That 1-2-5 visit for Kciuk leads him first on a finish. West desperately needing a treble now. Cannot
60.
find it.
Krzysztof, you require 150.
There was an argument for bullseye with the last dart. But he does play the game in a somewhat traditional way.
97.
Nothing wrong with it.
Steve, you require 121.
It's maybe not as progressive as some others. But it is double 14. And a 12-darter for Westy, and he enjoyed that one.
Steve West.
That is what he's got in the locker, and he's got it in abundances.
Steve to throw first.
That's the first real moment for Steve West upon his Super Series return. The 1-2-1 puts him 2-1 up, and now has the throw to open up a 2-leg buffer.
Do you know what was really disappointing about his wedding on Saturday night? The DJ didn't play anything by Go West.
134.
And didn't play Go West by the Pet Shop Boys. Apart from that, it was perfect.
And I don't think did they play his walk on? I don't believe so.
I don't think they did. They did play Bobby George's walk on song because he walked in with the cape on. Great moment.
$93.
It's all business here for Steve. Back to the darting day job at the Live Lounge.
100.
It's a place he's become fairly familiar with over time, and it's a place I think we're going to see him play at for a long time to come. He's already mentioned that his ambition pretty much, to quote unquote, because he's not going to return to the Pro Tour setup, is effectively to try and be the best amateur player in the world. That's not what he said, not trying to put words in his mouth, but that effectively is what he wants to be.
Nothing wrong with that, of course. He has his own journey. I'm sure his groomsman from the weekend will be watching along. Lee White, who's a good player himself.
60.
Plays in the seniors tour
Steve, you require 140.
these days. Does Lee. Ricky, who was there at the weekend. Fabulous guy. Ricky plays for Hertfordshire.
55.
And his other groomsman, Adam, who's a big level 42 fan.
'You don't say.
$125.
That'll
Steve,
do.
Require 86.
Now, if West finds the bullseye or double 16 here, all will be well. Bullseye.
50.
Just offline.
Krzysztof, you require 32.
But Kciuk. 1 from 5. Now 1 from 6 on his doubles in this match.
That flight is just kicked over. And
Yeah,
that's why he moved.
Flat.
That's a superb dart from Krzysztof. He knew exactly what happened on that second dart, and he had to move. Otherwise, if he'd gone for that 32 bed there, it might have kicked off that flight and into the single. That was really intelligent.
Dart intelligence to the extreme. Level we are at 2 apiece.
140.
You mentioned that Krzysztof's made the last 16 of the Lakeside Championship in the past.
100.
Just think about, and we talk about the Littler effect a lot because of the effect that he's had on young players over the last 12 months or so.
96.
But what about the Ratajski effect? What effect has the other Krzysztof had on Polish darts? Look at what we're seeing now. More Polish players than ever before.
Well, if the truth be told, when Krzysztof Ratajski burst onto the scene, played at the Lakeside in 09, and really the big breakthrough is when he beat Glenn Durrant in the World Masters final in 2017. At the time, it was almost thought of that Ratajski was a bit of a one-off in that region. Then, slowly but surely, we see Kciuk move onto the scene. We've seen Białecki do what Białecki has done over recent times.
We'll come back to that because an 11 darter is imminent. And this is after a 171, remember.
$84.
West isn't out of the leg yet. Well, Krzysztof's response after that brilliant 1-2-1 from West has been very impressive.
10.
Splits because West is on 2-4-4. It's double 4 for 3-2 to Kciuk. It's a 14 darter to put him a leg away from victory.
Sinclair gets Steve to throw first.
Yeah, just touching on Ratajski one more time. You go back to 2017. You think about how many times he qualified for European Tour events.
43.
Out of all of the events, all season, and he was never a seed. He didn't have a tour card. How many times didn't he qualify? Once.
100.
That was it. I remember off the top of my head, I think it was 11 times he qualified through the Eastern European qualifier
100.
out of 12. And the other one, Nandor Bajeg of Hungary got the other one.
Well, such as the advancement of darts in that region, it now has a World Series event. We've been to Poland for the Darts Masters out there for a couple of years now. Wouldn't surprise you if something like a Euro Tour maybe over time rocks up in a nation like Poland.
If it doesn't happen, either next year or the year after, for me it's an opportunity missed.
I think the biggest issue you've got is there's now so many nations that you could see as a viable option for a Euro Tour. You've got all the Nordic nations. You've got even places like France could possibly, now with the fan base that they've got, be able to host a Euro Tour.
34.
Speaking of responses, by the way, this has been a really good one from Steve. Lost 4-3 in his first game.
81. Steve, you've required
Lost
84.
4-2. Then he won 4-3. Take 84 out. He's almost playing maximum legs. Wow.
27.
He went for double 14. That was a risky play.
120.
And boy, he could be punished. This is for the match. This is for 4-2. West can't believe it. It's tops for the match. And Kciuk has taken it. He takes out the 120 to take out Steve West by 4 legs to 2. And the fun with a fist bumper celebration as he gets over the line against the 4-time weekly winner, Steve West. That's the tail of the tape. Finishing off a 120 checkout. Kciuk 4, West 2, Copeland and Howson is coming up next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Krzysztof Kciuk got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 2, winning courtesy of a 120 checker. That's the second time today that Steve West has lost a game with his opponent hitting a ton plus checkout to win it. And so into our 11th match of the session, it sees Barry Copeland and Richie Howson going toe-to-toe. Both of these players are on 4 points in the group. The victor will join Rain Jones on 6 ahead of his match against Johann Brouwer, which is the final game for the 4th round of fixtures on this Monday afternoon. And as far as today has gone, well, there's been a lot of encouragement for both players. Howson putting in some good performances. Copeland is acquitted of his debut quite well. But there's one common theme going into this particular encounter. Irons, irons, irons.
I just wonder if Richie Howson has noticed.
First leg, it's Barry to throw first.
He's probably saying, I like the colour of your shirt. I like the cut of your jib.
The claret and blue. Richie Howson, a big West Ham fan, and Barry Copeland adorning those colours. Although it could have been the colours of Aston Villa. It could have been the colours of Scunthorpe United. Burnley. They're playing Luton tonight, aren't they, in the Championship?
$100.
Yeah, I wonder if Richie's going to be adorning the old claret and blue at some point this week. He has had a shirt made in that colour in the past. Or maybe he knows Barry well enough to make sure that they're not wearing the same colour on the same day. At the minute, Richie's adorning a shirt that looks more like a steel cage. And when you're in a steel cage match, the
120
way you win is to get out of it. If you get out of this game with 4 legs, you will win. But I'm interested in one thing more than anything else in this fixture. It's how does Barry Copeland respond after losing? Now we are seeing a little bit more of round-robin style darts worldwide.
100.
And even when Barry made the final of the World Masters, it was round-robin at the start, but he didn't lose a match in his group. The only match he lost in the entire tournament was the final.
44.
That actually, I think, was the best change they made to that World Masters, particularly when you consider the amount of players that make the trip over from the United States, from Asia, and other regions. I think that was a good addition, so players ain't going over halfway across the world and spending a lot of money to play in one match. That was a positive change in the right direction. Is this going to be a positive start for Copeland? We're going to set up and then hoping that Howson hasn't got the 138 in his lock. He's already taken out a 156. But the 138 isn't going to follow suit, and so Copeland will get free in hand at double 12 to take out the opening leg.
It's the kind of standard we are getting accustomed to here today. Somewhere between 15 and 18 darts. 16 to start will do very nicely. The shirt zip going down to the bottom is always a sign that things are fairly hot in there.
Well, the good news is that's as far as the zip can go down.
100.
On those shirts, yes, because there are dart players out there who have full zip. The finalist from last week, Adrian Gray, he's had a few shirts made in the past where it goes from top to bottom. And on that subject, in fact, as Barry retrieves his flight, I think Adrian should be very proud of his efforts last week because that was his first final. He'd been to a semi-final before, but I think
100.
Adrian Gray should be very, very proud of his week 10 efforts.
I think Adrian Gray's got to the point now. You look at his record. He has never failed to make it to at least a semi-final on a Saturday in any appearance. Always makes it through to the Saturday. Always gets out of the group. He's the type of player now that you look at because of his record, the way he plays. Could be a knock on the Group A door type player now.
Or maybe because he constantly makes semis and now a final. He'll stick to 2 days because you know it works.
Don't change your winning formula.
Put that on a t-shirt. It's amazing how many people do change a winning formula.
140.
Look at this. Following each other throughout this match.
Howson's not going to take out the 161. Can Copeland do what Howson was unable to
65.
do? He's himself on that 96 again. He likes that breakdown, doesn't he? Treble 20 to a double. And that double 18. But he may not get a go. Because Copeland wants the bullseye. For what would have been a bonanza of a finish for Barry.
Richie record 96.
Yet again, he's on double 18.
78.
And he might pay the penalty for that.
Barry required
Feels
25.
like the first time today that kind of breakdown has let Richie Howson down. And so this for the break. This for 2-0. Double 8. It's a 14 darter. And Copeland is 2 to the good. And the daddy has control of this contest.
The leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
He's very much got control, averaging 100 in the first couple of legs. Using a Gary Anderson dart as Barry. I do believe that might be his chord version of his dart. Just goes to show, doesn't it? There are players out there of note that use other people's equipment. For instance, Connor Scott, who won week 8 here. For years, he used Simon Whitlock darts. He's now got his own.
100.
Because he's a big deal in his own right. But there are players out there who use other people's kit because they found the set, they like them, they stick with them.
60.
See Neil Duff use Joe Cullen's setup before transferring to his own. And to be fair, you see inspiration in all sorts of places because even you have somebody using one of your darts in Ryan Finesse. I suppose inspiration has to come in any which way possible.
Well, Ryan does still use those ones. I haven't used them for about 10 years.
Nice to see people are still winning with Paul Nicholson darts.
Oh,
123.
Well,
Barry record.
That's where you're going to go. Strap yourself in, Mr. Deacon, because you're about to get burnt. Bullseye again. Oh, he gets it this time. That's absolutely majestic from Barry Copeland. And the bookies didn't think he was a threat this week. Oh boy, were they wrong.
107.36 is the average for Barry Copeland. He's 3-0 to the good. He missed the 161 in the previous leg.
60.
Practice made perfect. He's 3-0 up. And the man who has a 20-1 outside shot out of 6 players to win this group, well, he could be heading towards joint top of the table in a couple of moments' time.
80.
Not only winning this darts match by 3-0 against one of the best players here this week, but he's been retrieving things from the floor, like flights or indeed his entire darts. He's done a lot more Romanian deadlifts than he usually does in a daily darting campaign. And those flights are very bright, aren't they? They're about as bright as your shirt, Henry. That reminds me to tell you that drinks are free at Club at Tropicana.
Wonder who gave me that fashion advice.
Andrew Ridgely.
Wham.
100.
It is a bit wham out there, isn't it, today? Temperatures touching around the 30-degree mark here in Portsmouth. It's a very warm day.
Well, you know how they have, especially in Richie's neck of the woods,
98.
you have Cockney rhyming slang.
Yes.
Well, we actually have something in the northeast. If it's really warm outside, we say it's a bit George and Andrew, because it's a bit warm.
43.
Geordie rhyming slang.
I'm sure I heard that in a cracker last Christmas. Well, Copeland.
Our good friend Nigel Pearson used to say,
137.
"Last Christmas I gave you my dart." It was one of his best lines.
Copeland here. Closing in on a 4-0 win. It's been a superb performance, average in excess of 104.
126.
This could well be the statement performance of the day. And this is very achievable. Watch out, world. Barry Copeland is here to play it.
140.
He cannot finish off in rip-roaring style, and Howson has to take this 1-4-3 out. It's as simple as that. He could take it out. He may take it out. He will take it out.
On the fourth leg.
The hour with the 1-4-3 to
Howson.
save the game after Barry Copeland missed double six for the 1-2-6 to win it.
Game on.
We've had some corkers today. Multiple 1-2-1 checkouts. The 1-6-1 from Copeland, he's already had a 122. A 156 from Howson to win a match.
135.
That 120 to win the match from Kciuk in the previous game. We have seen some dodgy finishing at times, but my word, we've seen some haymakers.
Well, these two really are now
140.
landing jabs like two heavyweight boxers.
Two good heavyweight boxers.
Definitely going pound for pound and
100.
toe to toe at this present moment in time.
Well, Howson seems to have re-established a connectivity with the 60.
140.
And he can reel off 4 legs in a row. Make no mistake about that. And remember, Barry had a dart at double 6 to win this match 4-0. Things can change in a heartbeat in this format.
99.
He's left himself on 167, and you would not put it past him one bit. But you wouldn't put it past Howson to find a couple of triples here to leave himself on a 2-darter. Needs to find one, you feel.
100.
Does so.
Barry require 100.
But Barry Copeland's going to get another opportunity at a ton topper to win this contest. But the 167 is going to join the 161. And so Howson 1-2-1 to bring it back to 3-2 and back on throw.
59. Richie require 121.
All good things come in threes. And this is for the third 1-2-1 of the day.
96.
Could be the last start he
Barry
throws.
require 108.
Now, where does Copeland want to finish this leg and this match? He's chosen double 16.
He gets double 16. What a performance from Barry Copeland. An average of just under 104, 2-ton plus checkouts, and a performance of which he can be so proud of. He beats Richie Howson by 4 legs to 1. And have a look at those numbers from both players. Howson with a 93.26, he had a 143, and that was the only leg he won. Barry Copeland with 2-ton plus checkouts, the 161 and the 108, an average of 103.88. The performance of the week so far, and it's going to take a lot this week for that to be surpassed. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Johann Brouwer take on Wayne Jones. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Barry Copeland put in the performance of the day, and it may well be the performance of the week, averaging 103.88, taking out 2 tub plus checkouts, including a 161, and finishing off with a 108 to get the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 1, who himself, for the solitary leg that he got in the contest, took out a 143. And so Copeland moves on to 6 points, level with Wayne Jones, but Wayne has the opportunity to go to 8 points and make it 4 wins from 4 if he can get the better of Johann Brouwer, who's at the other side of the coin. He's bottom of the group, about a point to his name. If he loses this one, he is in big trouble at this early stage of the group. And Wayne so far today has been so consistent. It's kind of been the mantra that's followed him around for around about 25 years or more. A player who is so solid, but yet when it comes to key situations can be so deadly. And I feel like you're going to get 2 players whose temperaments on the stage could be more differentiating. That man in your picture, Johann Brouwer, you all know, hear, see, feel everything that he's doing. As for Wayne Jones, he will keep things cool, calm and composed when it matters.
Just to give you some sort of indication as to how Wayne is playing today, he is averaging 91.46, which is very effective. But his doubles are better than 50%.
64.
I would give you some sort of calculation as to what Johann's doing on the doubles, but trust me when I say this, it's nowhere near as effective as Wayne's. The reason
55.
Wayne is top of the table with this game in hand is because he is the best player today. And we've seen great stuff from Mr. Copeland.
100.
But it was Jones who beat Copeland. Everything seems to be pointing towards Jones today. He's doing everything right.
69.
Forget hi-ho, there's been a real silver lining towards his day.
Yeah, he could still, however, walk away with only 6 points today. If he loses to Johann and he loses to West, there are no assurances in this sport. So if you start well, like he has, you've got to finish the job. And if Brouwer was to lose this game
81.
and to lose to Howson in game 15, he's almost staring at Group C already.
And Jones would be looking at how Howson's doing, how West is doing today, and thinking, I can build up a really attainable lead overnight. And 2 of the people I would have thought are my major challengers could be left in the dust. He could be leaving Brouwer in the dust here. It's double 18 for the 156.
138.
Just wonder if he was a little bit out of his rhythm there. Shots on. Not for much longer. And another classic GIF moment from Johann.
60. Waiting required.
Sure, he said, you stupid dart.
Well, everybody knows the dart does exactly what you tell it to. And Jones takes the lead with a very, very difficult double 9 there.
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Still at 1 with himself. It's like that Travis song. Why does it always rain on me?
95.
I think sometimes words don't really give you the full description of a certain person. This morning,
100.
I spent about 2 or 3 minutes with Johann, just seeing how he is. He was the epitome of positivity this morning.
118.
4 hours later, he's cutting the jib of a window cleaner who's had his ladder stolen.
60.
There's a lot of things I could ask about that previous sentence, but I just won't.
He's not very happy.
140.
And he knows better than most. He's been here before. Things don't get any simpler the more you play.
41.
It gets harder.
Weight you require 140.
And if he finds himself in Group C, we will outline who's in that group. And that is the worst case scenario.
41.
The best case scenario from where he is at the minute is he's probably looking at Group B. That's not exactly easy with Keelan Kay, Kurt Parry and Gary Stone.
60.
Well, Jones can extend his lead here if he plants 107 more.
He's doing what Wayne Jones has done all day.
Second time today.
105.
Krzysztof Kciuk does it, and I said at the time, you won't see that again this week, where it happens about 90 minutes later. Apparently lightning does strike twice in the same place.
60. Weight you require 2. Game shot
It goes 2-0
Wayne
tears, and Johann Brouwer is still having an argument with himself at the back of the stage. You know, there's that saying that somebody can have an argument with themselves in a darkened room. Well, Johann Brouwer is the dictionary example of that. Stupid darts! Do what I say!
I'm starting to think that if he loses all 5 games today, if we were to interview him at the end, it would make for very interesting content.
Yeah, you can do that, not me.
I don't remember putting my hand up for that. I just insinuated it might be an idea. Anyway. Yeah, this is good stuff from Wayne. Again.
60.
It's just been his base level all day. He's averaging 92.5, the doubling 33%, which feels pretty much on point with the way he's been playing. And we say it so many times when we're sat in this seat. If you play to that
60.
level over a consistent basis, you are going to get joy.
And now we go back to what he was saying at the start with Phil in the interview.
55.
Well, I can't use the B word that I want to use, so I'm going to use boo hockey. Which basically means he's telling fibs.
100.
I think he's a lot sharper than he gave himself credit for. And you know what the biggest insult that Wayne Jones has ever been leathered with? It was something
125.
that was done at the World Match Play, and it always stuck in my mind, and at the time I was furious about it. He was described as a good little player
90.
by someone.
And 161.
And it didn't sit right with me at all, and it still doesn't to this day. It may have been said in the moment, but I found it incredibly disrespectful.
Aye. Johann's already conceded the leg.
76.
He thought it was going to go.
Johann
It drifted
requires
wide.
61.
And he will get a go to make it 2-1. If he misses these, then the reaction could be priceless.
That's 8. So it's 53 left. Double top. Wow.
41.
That really has come out wrong.
When you require 35.
I think he's about to feel even worse. Double 16. He gets another chance. I tell you what, he's actually quite fortunate that he's getting another chance. He almost hit the treble 20 with his previous shot, which would have put him, admittedly, back on the other number, but he has found his first leg.
Johann Brouwer.
And this is game 12, Henry. He's not led a match all day.
It's Wayne to throw first.
That's not a good sign.
Game on.
You've been mentioning how a lot of darts have been dropping low. Why do you think that is the case in your mind?
60.
Might be having grip issues. And it also could be the conditions on the hockey because it's very warm. The last time he was here,
70.
Conditions were very, very good, as in around 20 to 22 degrees. In this place, it's probably more like 26 to 28.
60.
You've got to get used to temperatures like this. Playing under pressure, because if you can't do it, you're not going to go anywhere. Wayne knows that. He's played at the Civic Hall when it's about 40 degrees on stage.
Any player who plays at the Winter Gardens will know exactly what hot feels like.
100.
Hotter than Damon Hetter's headwear.
That's quite literally on flames.
100.
Well, if this is the kind of freshness
100.
and sharpness we're going to get from Jones this week, who's to say he's not going to get a second weekly title in the bank? And a revisit to Portsmouth in less than 2
72.
weeks' time. Because whoever wins on Saturday, they could be coming back to Portsmouth in as little as 9 days. Or even if they travel the day before,
100.
8 days.
I suppose we'll ask the proverbial Monday question as to whether it'll be followed up on day 2. But Wayne will be
45.
so happy with the way
Wayne
things have
McGuire,
gone today. And he's 81 points away from a 3-1 lead in this contest. It's going to be the bull for it.
56.
Cannot find. Now, Brouwer
Johann
hasn't
McGuire,
looked likely
140.
to hit something like this. But if he does, we are going to know all about it. Tops.
94.
Again, it goes low.
Wayne McGuire, 25.
No ton plus finishes today for Johann. Double 4 for Jones.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
That could be
Wayne
costly
Jones.
for Johann, missing that tops. He had a chance to draw
Fifth flag
level,
is Johann to
and at
throw
the minute,
first. Game on.
he is cutting the figure of someone who's standing at the back of the queue at the DVLA with a queue about the size of Roland Shulton's inside leg measurement.
60.
And that'd be one long queue.
To be fair, somebody, if you're on the DVLA line, should keep him up to speed as to what's happening. Now, point to make prizes in this game.
60.
Johann without a point to his Super Series license, and that's not a good thing.
We were having a few ideas a couple of weeks ago,
100.
some of us talking about how we could evolve the weekly prize. Because we have the weekly trophy, we have the series trophy.
60.
I'm a big advocate for the winner of the week getting something that's just a little different. Like a special coin. Now imagine if you're Steve West.
60.
I've got 4 coins. How many coins have you got? And then if you win a series, as well as getting the trophy, you get a bigger coin. You know, these proper
59.
keepsake type of things. I think there's something in that, but I'm not in charge. Just an idea. Because there are dart players out there who get
45.
trophies. And the trophies are so big that they can't even take them home. For instance, when Robert Thornton won the Dutch Open, he couldn't take the trophy on the plane or put it inside the plane. It was too big.
42.
So he had to ask John Walton to drive it back.
60.
Couldn't find a way to the treble, no matter how hard he tried on that particular visit. Does leave himself on 96 for the match. And, well, I think that just sums
60.
Brouwer up, doesn't it? This for the match for Wayne Jones.
Well, at least he had the restraint.
56.
At that point, you wouldn't want to be the referee. Please don't try that at home. Shots off, and the game could be off as well. Wayne Jones needs
100.
tops
Wayne McGuire, 40.
to be at the top on his own on points.
Game
4
shot
wins
and the
from
match.
4 for Wayne Jones, and he's looking for middle ball. Superb performances throughout the course of the day. Not the most vintage. And Johann Brouwer is still having an argument with himself and nobody else other than himself. I lost to K. But the story of that match is Wayne Jones won it by 4-1. We'll see what Johann Brouwer thinks of that. Right, let's take a break. Let's go into our last round of matches and let's watch Barry Copeland and Krzysztof Kciuk, shall we?
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Shot on the second leg.
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Rhys Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Howson gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Howson. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Howson.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got one more round's worth of matches to go on this Monday afternoon. And before the break, we saw Wayne Jones get his 4th consecutive win, getting the better of Johann Brouwer by 4-1. Elsewhere in that round, Barry Copeland beat Richie Howson by the same scoreline, and Krzysztof Kciuk got the better of Steve West by 4-2. And so this is how the table occupies going into the final round of the day. Wayne Jones leads away, 4 wins from 4. Barry Copeland averaged 103 against Richie Howson. He's in second place on 6 points. Kciuk and Howson with a couple of wins and a couple of defeats. Steve West with a solitary win. And Johann Brouwer, the only player yet to get on the board. Well, the first game from the final round sees Copeland and Kciuk go toe-to-toe. For Barry Copeland, he could end his first day here at the Super Series with 4 wins from 5 matches. As for Kciuk, well, 6 points would not be a bad return for his first day's efforts, especially when you consider some of the missed doubles he's had throughout the course of the day. And so let's kick off our first game from the final round of matches. Barry Copeland was so impressive against Richie Howson last time out. Average of 103.88. Had a couple of ton plus checkouts, including the 161 and the 108 to win the match. The big question is, can Copeland carry on in that vein of form?
First leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
One of the best parts about what we do, Henry, here from these chairs is extrapolate information. We try to figure out where the strengths are, where the possible weaknesses are, which is not a bad thing, because if players watch their games back, they can use that information to try and improve.
140.
It's absolutely necessary to mention that Copeland's performance in Game 11 was exceptional. That's where his strengths are, putting a game together. If we talk about all day long,
100.
he's averaging 89.79. That's pretty good. In fact, it's very impressive, because if you can do that over the course of the group of the week, you're going to have a chance. That's not too far from
96.
Marvin van Velzen's average for last week. And you saw how he did. However, my caveat is that maybe the range from the top average to the bottom average is just a little wide.
140.
His lowest, 79.2. His highest, 103.8. So that's 24 points between his worst game and his best game.
Barry record 161.
He can tighten that up. I think he's an even better player. He's not going to get another 161. So he's got the biggest finish of the day, the biggest average.
105.
But he hasn't got the most points.
94.
He may find himself broken here. That leaves himself treble 17 now for tops. Well, he's veering over to the left.
72.
He may be
Barry
seeing his
record
opponent
56.
overtake him and take a 1-0 lead. 2 in hand at tops. But Copeland
36.
cannot take advantage of the
required,
opportunity that
72.
was handed to him from Krzysztof. Well, it wasn't
He's
crystal
shot in the
clear,
first leg.
but Kciuk has taken
Krzysztof
the
Kciuk.
opening leg against the throw. The thumb, 1 up.
So let's talk about Krzysztof then.
To throw first.
His lowest average today has been 80 and change, and he's done that twice. His highest against Steve West, 89.44. So his range is 9 points
140.
compared to 24 points for Barry. But you signified his weakness earlier. It's the doubles. Just missed a lot of them
60.
early on in the day, but it could have been a lot worse for him. He's still in a very strong position in this table, especially if he beats Copeland.
If he gets the 6 points, he'll take that and run and be happy enough with his first day's effort. To be honest, before dart was thrown, if you offer Barry Copeland 6 points in the pocket, he'd be happy enough with it. But you know what players are like. Once they get to something and you get to the last game of the day
25.
and they lose it, they'll say it should have been more.
Yeah, I think if you'd given Barry 6 points at the start of the day, he would have been happy. But if you'd offered him 6 points now, he wouldn't take it.
40.
And in for Kciuk could open up the door for Wayne Jones against Steve West to have a 4-point lead overnight going into Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge.
45.
It's a really big day tomorrow, isn't it? Tuesday. Tuesday's a great day. Moving day. Can't think of any other reasons why it's a big day.
60.
Famous birthdays. Phil Taylor's birthday tomorrow. Michael Owen's birthday.
Oh, there's a reason not to celebrate it.
Well, I'll give you one to celebrate. Alan Shearer's birthday tomorrow.
You've just redeemed yourself.
45.
Good
Krzysztof
people are born on
record
August the 13th,
161.
Nico.
$97.
I'm glad you said Alan Shearer. You won't find many Newcastle United fans celebrating Mike Lowen's birthday tomorrow.
45. Krzysztof, you require 64.
Kciuk looking to knit one, pearl one for 2-0. Tops. 2-0 Kciuk. And the pole
Krzysztof
is
Kciuk.
in pole position in this contest.
Third against Barry to
For
throw
Barry,
first.
it's a busy end to the year for him. Not just his exploits here at the Super Series, but once again, he's going to be representing his country at the WDF Europe Cup in Slovakia. And darts like that, is a reason as to why.
Yeah, he's going to be playing with some familiar faces, isn't he?
Your Duff,
96.
no surprise, he's going to be skipping the side. Chris Gilland, a player that we see here often at the Super Series. And Ricky Dunlop, who is the son of the great Joey Dunlop, will be a part of that particular team that will be heading out to Slovakia towards the back end of September.
$45.
I have it on good authority that Slovakia is a beautiful country to visit. I've never been there myself, but I'm sure the Europe Cup's going to be a very, very good event.
Spoken to a number of people who have travelled to Slovakia, and they say it's up there with some of the best run tournaments in the world. And actually, the government are giving this tournament a bit of support as well, because they've taken out €18,500 from their state budget for sports, the Ministry of Tourism and Sports of the Slovak Republic, towards that tournament and the setting up of that tournament.
That's encouraging. I think there are more countries in that part of the world that are getting
97
advice, encouragement, financial resources. And it's good. I know Romania do that. They've done fabulous work hosting the World Cup a few years ago.
63. Barry requires 65.
We both know Vlad Popper very well, who does a great job with darts in Romania, and they're one of the real hotbeds of the sport in terms of development right now. Copeland looking to get himself out of a hole with double four. Doesn't go, but he has got a little bit of time on his side.
$59. Barry require 8.
Easy for us to say that he should get it this time, but he will think that way.
2 2s. To bring it back to 2-1, then you can just hear a little bit of a cry there, just trying to G himself up.
Full flag against Krzysztof.
You might want to get onto your sources and get us the old story on why he's called the Daddy. I've already told you the story behind Krzysztof's nickname, which lasted about 12 seconds. With this being his first week here in Portsmouth, I wonder what his plans are for resting up, recuperating over the next... It'll be about 16 hours. Because usually when we start at 9:30, the guys will get up around 6.
140.
Get to the venue around 7:30 to 7:45. Give yourself plenty of time to get warmed up, get all of the other things out the way, which will include bullseye challenges tomorrow. That'll be the first time Barry does that.
60.
Everybody's still trying to catch Justin Smith. I've got a funny feeling nobody's ever going to beat that total, you know. If you want to know what I'm talking about, look at the bullseye challenges on our YouTube channel.
140.
Justin Smith's was seriously incredible, and it could have been better.
Have you done one of them yet?
Not yet.
Tell you what, we need to get the commentators to do one. Yourself, Mace.
You.
41.
No. The cameras next to the board will be taken out.
Yeah, I'll do it.
100.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it before the end of the year. I'll do it with my new dart shirt. How about that?
Oh, now we really are getting teased. And Kciuk is teasing us with brilliance because he's left himself tops after 12 to open up a 3-1 lead. And Copeland's nowhere to be seen.
Game shot on the 4.
And Kciuk does find himself one away. It's a 13 darter. He's averaging 96 here. And this is the type of form that we are seeing oh so often from him. It's the type of form which saw him go deep in Pro Tours, which saw him become a real household established name on the PDC Pro Tour circuit.
What this game also proves is that you don't have to have the higher average for the day to get the job done. In fact, Krzysztof averaging 6 points less for the day than Barry.
140.
But has played better in this match. In fact, he's on the cusp of playing his best game of the day by some distance.
They say with breakfast, start the day the right way. Well, Kciuk might be doing it in an opposite direction, ending the day the right way.
What did we say earlier about Olympic events where you can have a bad start,
80,
a brilliant finish and get the medal? By the way, what's your philosophy, Henry, on celebrating silver and bronze medals?
The fact you said, by the way, reminded me of that closing ceremony last night when Michael Johnson was running around the Coliseum to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But I think it depends on context in terms of if you're maybe a nation. Say, for example, we've seen nations like Botswana or Sierra Leone win medals. Like, for them, you can totally understand why they would cherish that with all of their being.
Yeah, but Botswana won the 200 metres.
They did. There's other nations that picked up bronze. In fact, I think there was more nations at this Olympics than ever before that picked up a medal.
That's good. But I think, call me a cynic, but I think the only person who should be really celebrating is the person who wins the race or wins the whole thing. For me, one of the performances of the Olympics came from Pakistan. The guy who won the javelin. What a throw that was. Over 93 metres, I think it was.
Krzysztof, you require 50.
Well, Krzysztof only has to throw this 7'9¼ inches. A double 16 for the win.
And a superb win to cap off a superb performance. Double 8.
42.
Has got time on his side.
And the reaction of the rest of the javelin field when that went down, and I think it was round 1, they just said, oh no.
140.
We're not going to beat that. And Barry Copeland, even with that 140, might not beat this.
But the misses are becoming apparent again. One more. Can he float over the top? He floats
6.
too far over the top.
Barry require 40.
Copeland's back for tops.
What have you done, Krzysztof? You're letting him back in the game.
Game shot.
Game on.
Leg. Barry Copeland.
More tension, more drama, and Copeland is still in this contest. Haven't had a 4-3 for a while. A lot of games have been ran rather one-sidedly. We haven't actually seen a last leg decider since Western Brouwer in game 8 of our session. I wonder whether we're going to get another
45.
one here. You look at the numbers, it's not a game that's felt like it's warranted a
96.
last leg. But Kciuk hasn't finished his match off and Copeland's still in it.
We shouldn't be having this leg.
140.
Krzysztof knows it. But if you can imagine if you're in his shoes and you've missed those match darts against a very dangerous opponent, look at the way he's conducting himself.
140.
He's probably frustrated. In fact, of course he's frustrated. But does he strike you as a person who is panicking right now? No. If, for example, I could use a million examples. But if Johann Brouwer was in his shoes right now, and had he been 3-1 up and missed those darts, do you think his demeanour would be the same? I don't think it would be.
I think he'd end up doing 100 metres around the back of the stage. Kciuk's 182 points away from eventually wrapping this match up.
Yeah, but he's done this before. He just hasn't had the finishing product.
150.
He has not panicked one little bit. His response to missing match darts is leaving 32 after 12.
But Copeland has put it under all sorts of pressure. Both players leaving 32 after 12. But it's Kciuk who takes it out first time of asking. A 13-darter to get over the line and to cap off a superb display. An average of 96.37, 40% on the doubles. Thumbs up for Krzysztof Kciuk. He beats Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 2, and he ends his first day here at the Super Series on 6 points. In fact, the pair will end their first day at the Super Series on 6 points. Coming up next, Wayne Jones and Steve West.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
And that is how you can be here on a Saturday night. And this is the venue you could visit, the Modus Super Series. We're based in Portsmouth on the south coast of England, the sunny south coast of England. 50 weeks a year, every single year. It is a darting mecca of which you must at some point make your pilgrimage to the Modus Live Lounge for the Modus Super Series. Why don't you tick it off your bucket list before the end of 2024? We'll get that QR code up on the screen so you can find a week. It doesn't matter what week. They're all good weeks here at the Super Series. So why don't you come on down and enjoy a night of tungsten action here at the Live Lounge. And you never know, you might be lucky enough to bump into an asset. And Paul Nicholson sat alongside me for Jones against West.
Not their first meeting, because they have played each other plenty of times before outside these doors. In fact, they haven't played each other outside of the Modus Super Series since 2021, when they were both still on tour.
59.
And on that occasion, Wayne Jones did win by 6 legs to 4. But if we go back a little further, West has not beaten Wayne Jones
96.
since a UK Open qualifier in 2018. It just goes to show how long ago that was, is because they haven't had UK Open qualifiers for quite a few years.
In fact, that was the last year of UK Open qualifiers. That was for the UK Open, which was held behind closed doors because of the beast from the East. I'm sure you remember that very well.
Yeah, I played in the very first game of the tournament. It was not fun getting there, and it was not fun getting home.
45.
Am I right in saying that part of the ITV team had to dump their car and John Walling had to pick them up in their Range Rover and then drive them all the way there?
140.
There are tens of stories of things that happened. Stories like Krzysztof Ratajski pushing a car in the snow with Chris Dobie.
36.
Trains being cancelled.
Required 42.
Flights being cancelled. All sorts. 88 for Wayne.
Game shot.
All sorts of good today for him. He hasn't really put a foot wrong.
Second leg, it's Steve to
Hasn't
draw first.
really had too much threat either. In fact, the player that pushed him the closest was, in terms of today's action for Wayne, a 4-1 win against Richie Howson. That was then followed up by a 4-2 win against Krzysztof Kciuk. He beat Barry Copeland 4-1, and then beat Johann Brouwer 4-1. So he's only conceded more than one leg on one occasion so far today.
Meaning, at which point do we say that this has been a dominant day? If he wins this game, we have to get pretty close to that word. And who saw it coming? Wayne didn't. We didn't. The odds compilers didn't.
140.
And that makes it a bit of a masterstroke by the man from Wolverhampton.
But he tends to do this, because I remember when he came here for the first time,
60.
He won a challenge tour, but then went really quiet for a while. And the expectations were set rather low for him, despite what he did. And then suddenly burst into life. Suddenly got to the final, lost out to Matt Clark. No shame in that. And then the next time he's here, nobody gives him much of a chance. Nobody gives him much of a shout. He goes and wins it. The only time he had an expectation was at the Champions Week.
161.
So maybe he's a lot more game smart than us analysts and odds compilers would give him credit for.
99.
Downplaying it,
160.
even when he does feel confident. 160 is not going to go for Westy. And Jones, again, has got room
62.
to breathe. Started with a 42 checkout. This is the older cousin. Oh, and he doesn't even get a shot. That's missed by a mile.
30. Stevie require 120.
West couldn't put a hole in the 160 with the previous visit. And he's not going to take out the 120. And look at
60.
Jones in the background, racing towards the oche, aiming at double 16 for a 2-0 lead. The breaker throw, double 8 now. Can he just click it off the barrel? No, it's the answer. They both touch the wire. They both kiss the wire. And that could be a kiss of good fortune for West.
Great single. And the main
on the
reason he can
second
hit that tops is
Steve
because the
West.
single was so high. That was really, really good. And you'll see that from the likes of West. You'll see it from
So that
Humphreys.
is Wayne to throw first.
You wouldn't see it from Daryl Gurney. Because on shots like that, he'd throw a flat dart, then he'd throw his normal one.
But it was interesting watching
60.
Bradley Brooks last week, and whenever he was left with 60 and he knew he had a dart in hand at tops after, he would go across to the 12s. And so sometimes, yes, he sacrifices an opportunity at a double, but he'd rather play safe than have something that could block, obscure, or do anything that could go against chances of hitting that particular target.
And more people are getting smarter in that department. I go back to that shot that Gezi Price hit on Saturday against Peter Wright. It's 6-all. He's got 106 left to win the match.
96.
He starts on the 18s. He gets an 18. He leaves 88. Then he's going treble 16 tops. If he does that, there's nothing in the way of tops. He gets the treble 18. He gets the 12. He gets the tops. Yet again,
58.
nothing in the way of tops. If he goes treble 20, 6 for tops, what's in the way? That white and blue flight of his that can be a distraction.
60.
More people are starting to clue up to this.
Make your target area as big as possible. You see it in every other sports where there's innovations as to increasing your chances of success. And so darts should be no different in that regard. And I think players are taking the analytical side more seriously now than they ever have done before. As for Wayne Jones here, there would have been nothing in the way of double 12. He'd found the double 19. He's going to clean up to leave 32. But West is being left, shall I say, with scraps like this.
60. Wayne, you require.
If there has been a shot that's plagued his day, it's been that one right there.
Game shot
The 3 singles when trying to find something greater. Not badly thrown darts at all, but just not finding that treble 20 a little bit more. Look at that. He's peppering the wire. As a result of that, he could walk away from his first day back at the Modus Super Series with only 2 points.
Can you remember a day where Steve West finished on 2 points? Because I can't.
Not off the top of my head. But this is a slightly different week.
60.
It's not how you start. It's how you finish.
In and around will be the phrase that is whirling through Steve West's mind.
If Steve's not going to win this group, because he could find himself 8 points behind overnight, which even after day one is a pretty difficult thing to do. Which group
100.
does he have a better chance of getting through? Is it Group B with Keelan Kay, Kurt Parry and Gary Stone? Or is it C with Carl Sneyd, Alan Norris, who's a really good friend of his, and Paul Milford, who was here on debut? And we're all really looking forward to seeing Paul here.
100.
First things first, Steve West will not care who his opponents in the group will be, because that's Steve's mentality. So I think he'll go from it for a perspective of
60.
B, I can have the day to relax, I've got less games and more chances to go through. That's what I think will be going through his mind.
50.
The opponents are irrelevant.
When you require
It's the opportunities that will scream out in his mind. Opportunity again knocks on 141 for Jones, but he's not going to find the treble 19, and so West look at 132. Once again, the conversion for the 141 to leave himself 32 has been superb, but is he going to get a go?
60.
His approach play in this game has been absolutely sublime. His doubles are good enough.
Shot on the 4 flag.
That's 3 from 8.
Wayne Jones.
And considering his day, that's actually a
Wayne
reduction in output.
Game on.
One more leg, and he walks away with 10 points and a very big smile.
140.
He really has been very, very good today.
Not bad for a player who said that he's not playing well.
100.
And you believe it? He's played an absolute blinder with everyone today.
60.
I think all of the focus here on Monday was at Brouwer because of his reputation of being quite boisterous.
140.
West coming back. The debut of Copeland. And then, we haven't even talked about Richie Howson yet. He could finish the day on 6 points. And Kciuk has had a really good first day here. 6 points. Positive leg difference. It's all to play for tomorrow.
It's set up quite nicely, and you can join us from 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how that pans out. Still got one more game to go after this one. Richie Howson and Johann Brouwer will bring the curtain down on Monday's play. And don't forget, if you miss any of the action, you can tune into our highlights packages available on the Super Series YouTube channel, as Jones leads himself on 62 for a 4-1 win and 5 wins on 5.
He's left 62 3 times today. Sometimes with 2 darts, twice with 3. Double 16.
30.
Not yet.
You require 146.
Shot was on for a second. He did the right thing.
94.
Jones needs his favourite double to finish the day in style. He's just too good. And West will have to wait for a second win of the week until Tuesday. Wayne Jones is perfect on Monday with 5 wins from 5. And what a typical performance that was to finish proceedings. 40% on the doubles. His average of over 91 is pretty much what he's been doing all day long, if not a little bit down on what he's been doing all day long. We will grab a quick word with Wayne when he's off the stage. Henry's on his way down to have a word with Wayne now. We'll catch that after the break. And when that interview is done, we will also have our last game of the day when Richie Howson takes on Johann Brouwer.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're joined alongside Wayne Jones, who's had the perfect day here on Monday at the Live Lounge Report. So Wayne, many congratulations. As far as starts go, they don't get much more perfect than that, do they?
No, I'm well pleased. My plan was to try and win 2, so 5's not bad.
Not bad at all. And you got out of the gate really well. Good performance to start off. And from that point onwards, that just give you the confidence to really manoeuvre through the day.
Yeah, I threw consistent today. I'm really pleased with my finishing. My finishing's usually what lets me down, but today it's been pretty decent. I'm always going to be there or thereabouts scoring-wise, but yeah, for the finishing to go in as well is great.
You mentioned before dart was thrown this morning, you haven't been playing too much. So did actually it surprise you a little bit the way you played today?
No, not really. I've always been told that the less I practice, the better I am. So I suppose it's a lot of people won't be surprised by it. It's on the day. I know if I play well, I can beat anybody. It's been proven many times. So we just wait and see what happens. If I turn up, I've got a chance.
4-point lead now going into tomorrow. That's guaranteed no matter what happens in our final match of the session. So it gives you a nice little buffer and a real starting block to really grow with and the foundations to build through this Group A.
I'm not going to look at it. To be honest, it means nothing. I can have the day today. I can have the day tomorrow where I don't win any games. You just never know. If I can get off, first game obviously going to be against Steve tomorrow. So there's a tough start. If I lose that one, you just never know. If I can win maybe 3 tomorrow, if I win 5 would be great. But yeah, my target will be try and win 3 tomorrow, and we'll just see how it goes. There's no pressure. It is what it is.
Have you enjoyed going under the radar?
Yeah. I've threw okay. I'm not throwing fabulous. I'm at 4 or 5 180s, so it's there or thereabouts.
It's been good enough today. Wayne, many congratulations. We shall see you tomorrow morning. One more game to go for us, though, on this Monday. It sees Richie Howson in action up against Johann Brouwer. And I'm going to head upstairs to join Paul.
Still playing down how well he's playing. Well, we can give you some numerical proof as to how well he has played today. But it all started when Wayne Jones beat this guy, the Owl. At 9:35 this morning, we came onto the hockey and we thought maybe it was the Owl that would be hooting at that point. But it was Wayne Jones who put in an average of over 95 and was 4 out of 5 on the doubles.
First leg,
and that's where it started. Where it's ended
Game
for
on.
Jones is for him to go into Tuesday on 10 points and very much at the top of the tree. He is also going to have a 4-point cushion at the top of that tree
41.
because the best that Richie Howson can do is get to 6 points with Copeland and Kciuk.
60.
Brouwer is at the other side of the coin, of course. He has not won today, and the closest he's been to winning was getting a dart to beat Steve West in Game 8.
100. 60.
If he doesn't get the result against the Owl here, it's going to have to be some sort of recovery to make things positive ahead of Thursday and Friday, because that's what it looks like already.
140.
If you lose all your games on a Monday, your automatic next thought is, which group am I going to be in on Thursday and Friday? Because I don't think I'm going to get the days off. We said earlier, Henry, that we don't think that 20 points is going to win this group. We think it's going to be just a shade more. And after that from Jones, that proves
60.
it.
Could be a 22, could be a 24-point group in terms of who takes the spoils as far as Group A is concerned. And for Johann, this is probably the first time he's going to come off the back of the day of real disappointment as he hits the maxi.
160.
And even that could be left irrelevant if Howson can take the 168. He's unable to. And so Brouwer is back for the 101 to take leg 1.
That was Johann's
94.
first maximum of today.
Johann number 101.
Hence the celebration. Double top.
81.
And he might rue that
Kciuk
miss.
on 66.
Howson lurking on 66.
Would have been the first time he'd led today. And that may well be a floating fort. Howson
34.
unable to take out the double 16. So Johann will have 3 more in hand at double 10 for the break. And he leads for the first time today. That's more like it, Johann. He goes one up.
I know we made this joke the last time he was here, but over the last 4 and a bit matches, he has been somewhat irked. Because he's from the town of Irk.
60.
But just to give you that information about Wayne Jones, average of 89.21. Somewhat misleading in my opinion, because most of his good games today have been well above 90. 44% on the doubles as well.
24.
That's very good. For his first 3 matches, he was well above 50%. So he has tailed off a little bit, but not to the degree that he was going to lose.
Well, forget Johann Brouwer. I suppose you'd have to call him Yo-Yo Brouwer with some of the facial expressions that go on and whirl around whilst he's on the hockey.
That's not the worst nickname I've heard. Yo-Yo Brouwer. Well, we have had people walk through the door who don't have nicknames, but by the time they leave, they've got one. I wouldn't be surprised if he hangs on to that one. I'm still part of the conversation where we're trying to get Tom Sykes to be called Scorpio.
41.
I'm not letting it go, Tom.
Our very own Castleford Tiger, Tom Sykes, who we will see at Champions Week in a couple of weeks' time. It's not far away now, a fortnight until the big one here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets, I believe, sold out for the Saturday night. Howson will bring his fan club down if he qualifies on Saturday evening. And that maximum kind of brings this second leg towards an even kilter.
I'm just thinking, actually, because we mentioned Sykes.
100.
We haven't had anybody who's made a final of the series and then go on to win it. Is Luke Littler the only person who's made 2 finals?
94. Johann
he beat Osborne. He's only made 1 final. He beat Jacob Taylor. He's only made 1 final. This is different. But there is that drastic drop on that 3rd dart again. No shot at bullseye in Johann, even though he missed tops
97.
by a country mile with that last dart. He can't put it right. But he doesn't, and he might pay the penalty for that.
24.
Double 12 for Howson to square up at 1-1, and indeed you are correct. We've had a couple of semi-finalists that then go on and play the big money match. Scott Taylor lost the semi-final before going on and winning Series 6. Andreas Harrison lost a semi-final before going on to win Series 7. But a runner-up hasn't then gone on to convert into gold. And we know one thing. The last series runner-up, Cameron Crabtree, won't.
So Sykes, in a couple of weeks,
100.
is going for a little bit of Super Series history. If he makes the final, he's only the 2nd person to make 2 finals.
The other runners-up, Graham Usher, Matt Clark, Jacob Taylor, Colin Osborne, Lorena McKells, Tom Sykes, as he mentioned, and Cam Crabtree.
Jacob's the only person to have made the series final who didn't actually win a week. Because he was drafted in at the last minute, wasn't he?
Jacob Taylor.
Yeah.
Yes, he was the runner-up of Series 8 in Week 3. He lost out to Justin Hood, and Lucas Venig, who won the next week, beat John Henderson in the final, pulled out, elected to play a load of Challenge Tour events, which he won no money from. And as a consequence, Jacob Taylor took his spot and is the first player in darts history to have lost a major final to Luke Littler.
I love how you said that about Venig.
140.
He's a big muscly German. He's quite intimidating, but he would just laugh about it. He probably thinks he should have come to the Super Series as well.
Well, put it this way, one of the things he said in that interview was probably what he was thinking.
100. Richie require 40.
Tots or 13 darter?
What is Richie Howson thinking right now? Is he going to gamble? Gamble.
No
We
score.
had this exact situation this time last week where Bradley Brooks was left on tops,
Johann
missed the
require
tops, missed the tens,
156.
bust it, and Harry Ward nearly took out this finish, the 156.
And we have had a 156 today from Richie Howson. So he's playing a very, very dicey game. I think that's ballsy from the Owl.
60. Richie require 40.
Yes, Johann, they did not go in. Neither did that go in.
Oh no, rubbish, he says.
Johann require 96.
Now 1136, he went 60, double 18, double top. Is it double 18, double top again?
56.
Looks like he's
Richie
conducting an
require
orchestra.
20.
Looking for the crescendo, but this is not the kind of crescendo we wanted. Just offline on that tens. Now he has to go for fives.
15.
Well,
Johann
well,
require
well.
40.
Brouwer's nowhere to be seen in this leg. And he has
Aims on the
pinched
third
it.
leg.
He
Johann
breaks Richie Howson and he leads 2-1. Halfway towards the
Well,
victory
it's
post, halfway
Johann to
towards
throw
his
first.
first win in
Game
this
on.
group.
Hasn't led all day. Now he's led twice in this game.
140.
I've just had a floating thought. Could you imagine what Johann would be like if he hit a 9-darter on this building under this roof?
140.
Sorry, you had me at floating thought. I was thinking about ships in the sky and everything.
60.
Yeah, he'd be like Wayne Mardle after a maximum. He'd be running around this joint.
$45.
Well, the Owl really has hit the wall here. And Johann's got to recognise that. He's got to take full advantage of this while it's happening before Richie gets his second wind.
It's not disingenuous of us to say that this is below par for Richie Howson. He'll be the first to say that. But look at Johann in the background. I think he senses opportunity. And if anything, he is trying to rev himself up too much. He's even having a chat after trebles.
Considering everything that has gone on today, if he wins this game, he'd be on the same points as West. He'd be 2 points behind Richie Howson before they play game one tomorrow.
100.
And he'd be only 4 points behind second spot.
$43.
But the amount of darts he's missed at double by a distance, it's too many. Uh-oh. Well, if that 60 went in, that was a delightful
63.
guide for the bullseye.
Johann require 18.
2 9s for 3-1. Decided to split. Double 8. And Brouwer
He's on
is a
the
leg
fourth
away. He moves
Johann
3-1
Brouwer.
to the good. But what's interesting is he keeps on leaving double 18, but then when he moves on the inside, likes to
Richie
split
throw
double
first.
9.
Game on.
Reminds me of a certain Justin Smith, who lost the week one final to the aforementioned Tom Sykes. Worked out pretty well for him.
100.
Doing that. Just didn't get the final shot.
And that really was a dramatic affair. We will see Justin in Series 9,
45.
and that begins in September.
He really was good that week, wasn't he? That seems like a long time ago, but I remember Justin playing that week with the likes of Sykes, and it was a fabulous week.
I remember a few months ago, probably about 4 or 5 months ago, when he played in Series 7, and we asked the question, where is
55.
Justin Smith in terms of his career? Because it just felt like maybe he was hitting a bit of a wall, but the signs over the last 6 months or so have been really, really positive. semi-final followed up by a final. He is
100.
really knocking on the door, and Howson's knocking on the door of bringing this game back to 3-2 and forcing Brouwer here to serve the match out, serve his first win of the day out.
45.
Well, this leg has been lost in translation for
83.
Johann. Could be in serious trouble if he loses this one and it goes back to 3-2, because Howson's one of those players that can build legs up very quickly.
It's very true. And let's not forget that Johann has not crossed the line today.
80.
What do you make of that one? Double 19. He could have easily finished that leg off. However, there's a lot of players might have gone for a
Richie
14 there. Maybe a 6 or a 10. He does this time.
22.
And he really isn't having a nice time of it on the outer ring. 1 from 14 in this game.
And the strangest thing about it was in the previous leg when Johann was left on a finish, he decided to bust.
Whoa!
Well, Johann now really is
180.
tipping on the toes of the owl.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Richie Howson.
He has pulled more faces today, Johann, than Willy
Johann
Wonka.
to throw first. Game on.
They do say life is like a box of chocolates, and with Johann Brouwer, you just don't know what you're going to get.
95.
Not really sure where you get in the middle of Dutch chocolates. You could get anything in Dutch chocolates. Anything from plant materials to
100.
cheese. It's one of the strangest cuisines in Europe, but a country that really does have an identity, especially in this sport. For such a small country, they punch like a super heavyweight. And are they going to go into the Europe Cup as the favourites, I wonder? Or will England, Scotland, any other nations maybe? I think if you were looking at an outside nation for the Europe Cup, I'd look at Sweden.
Mm-hmm. Harrison, Östland, Lukasiak, Tingstrom, Engstrom. They're very strong.
60.
I think Sweden are in a very good fettle at the minute.
The only thing that might be in danger with that Sweden team at the Europe Cup might well be Victor Tingstrom's hair.
58.
Or the lack of it.
There's a reason why there's a lack of hair, trust me. And it involves the Swedish team.
Say no more. And at the minute, Johann doesn't want to play anymore
104.
than the next 181 points. If he takes out the John Part, he's got his first 2 points of the day ahead of playing Richie Howson tomorrow morning.
59.
And suddenly he just keeps himself on the periphery, and Howson's nowhere to be seen in this leg. For his first win of the day, in the last game of the day, tops comes and goes.
Now, Richie just hasn't been himself in this match. It looks like he's going to have to settle for a 2-win day.
100. Johann require 20.
Double 10 to get over the line 4-2. In it goes, and Johann Brouwer eventually gets his first win of the day in the final game of the day. It puts him onto 2 points. He'll be disappointed come the end of it. Well, he's let us know about that. As for Richie Howson, he himself has had a Monday that he wouldn't mind forgetting. Work for him to do when it comes to Tuesday and Wednesday in this group. That, the tail of the tape from our final match of the day. Johann Brouwer getting the better of Richie Howson by 4-2. Myself and Paul Nicholson are going to make the short trip next door to the studio, and we're going to analyse everything that we've seen after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day's worth of action in Group A has been completed. Myself and Paul Nichols have been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we've seen. It's been a perfect day for Wayne Jones, winning 5 out of 5. He tops the table going into day 2, and it's fair to say that he was the player of the day. Consistency really was the key for him.
Played some good games. Played some games where he wasn't as effective, but wasn't punished. So everything has gone his way. Now, when Wayne spoke to you, he was downplaying just how well he did play today. But if you look at his numbers, they're still very effective numbers, the kind of numbers that will give you a lot of success here. And we can't forget that Wayne, when he comes here, makes Saturday. So he knows how to do it. But I think he should be very proud of what he's done today. The high level was high enough, and in the scrappy games, he was able to be effective on the doubles to get the job done. 10 points, he'll be very happy overnight.
Is Wayne becoming one of those operators that maybe we underplay, where he downplays himself, but in terms of his record here, in terms of his consistency, he does a lot of damage here without maybe getting the headlines?
That's Wayne's career. Think about some players who've made a final of the World Masters. Someone who's won multiple Challenge Tour titles, contended at the top of a Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Some players who do that, they go on and have huge reputations, don't they? Even if they haven't won a PDC